they're saying that it seems okay now, but they're still waiting the meeting starting, which would imply they're having.
Right, they're probably in the wrong meeting.
Okay.
They're probably in yesterday's meeting
Right, I'll just message them.
instead of today's link. It's a new link for both links were sent out on the same email.
Yes, okay, I've advised them on that.
Right, thanks.
Easily done. Okay, let's give it a wee minute and see if they can come in. Anyone there yet, Graham?
No one there yet.
No. Seems to boil on the phone to them, so we'll maybe give them just 1 minute, and if not, I'll just start with some introductory remarks.
Okay, thank you. They're now clicking the right link.
Hopefully they'll just be joining.
They send their apologies.
There we go.
Morning, Mr. Baxter, can you hear us?
Ma'am.
Morning. Okay, so everyone is now here. So can we make sure our microphones are muted? Great. Okay, morning everyone. So this is the second day of the hearing session in relation to the appeal by Allen Water Developments Limited against the decision by Clat Manager Council to refuse its application for planning permission in principle for a predominantly housing development at Branshill Road in Sauchie, Clat Manager. For the benefit of the live recording, I'm Trudy Craggs and I'm a reporter with the Planning Environmental Appeal Division of the Scottish Government, and I've been appointed to consider this appeal and determine whether or not to grant planning permission. Just to remind you all that this is a virtual hearing and is being broadcast live. It will be stored as part of the DPA website archives and will be capable of repeated viewing. I have the discretion to terminate or suspend filming if, in my opinion, continuing to do so would prejudice the proceedings. By participating today, you're consenting to being filmed. You're also consenting to the use and storage of these images and sound recordings, and if any images or information pertaining to you contained in them, for webcasting and training purposes, and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Further details on the DPA privacy policy can be found on our website. First of all, thanks again to Graham for setting up the meeting, and he'll jump in if there's any technical issues this morning. Again, just for the benefit of the live broadcast, could the main parties introduce themselves again, the lead party and those who are participating on their behalf? And I'll start with the appellant again this morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Ewan MacLeod from Shepherd and Wedderburn, and sitting to my right is Mr. Andrew Marshall from Geddes Consulting. Also with us and participating in the hearing today are Bob Salter from Geddes and Craig Heap from Holmes Miller. Apologies.
Thank you. For the council.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. Grant Baxter and Alan Finlayson from the Planning Service, with Owen Munro from our Property Services, and my education colleagues are Michael Boyle and Ben McGinley, and we have David McKinney, the Council's Education Planning Consultant.
Thank you. So just a couple of housekeeping matters this morning. Again, I'd remind you that all teams must adhere to government's guidance or their office guidance on COVID-19 social distancing rules. And if I have any concerns, I will adjourn the meeting at that time. Please also remind you to make sure your phones or the devices are on silent, even if you're communicating between other members of your team if you're not in the same room. Also, just to advise you that we will be observing a 2-minute silence for Armistice Day at 11 o'clock this morning. I'll keep an eye on a time and I'll remind us all just 1 minute to 11. Graham will put a slide up while we're being silent for 2 minutes, and then we'll reconvene just after that. We will have short breaks during the morning session, the afternoon session, and we'll break for lunch again around 12:30 to 1 o'clock, depending where we're getting on with the evidence at that point in time. So, are there any procedural matters before we go into the substantive matters this morning? Mr. MacLeod?
No, ma'am, nothing from us.
Nothing from us.
Mr. Baxter? Mr. Baxter?
No, nothing from the Council, ma'am.
Okay, great, thank you. So, yesterday we had just finished item 12 on the agenda, and I have reflected on it overnight, on the PPR. And I've just probably got a couple of residual questions I'd like to ask, predominantly the council. My understanding is that the education response was November 2020, and when the report went to committee, the mitigation was based on a PPR of 0.27. Is that correct? Someone nods or says yes.
Ma'am, we lost connection to you for probably about 30 seconds or so there, so we didn't really hear any of that at this end.
Okay, I'll start again. I was just saying that I'd pondered over the PPR issue last night. I just wanted to kind of clarify a few points in my mind this morning before we kick off in relation to item 12. Sorry, item 13, which is the impact on Lawrenceville Academy. So the first thing I want to just be clear is that the education response was November 2020. The council report to committee in January, it was based on using a PPR for primary schools of 0.27, and the mitigation was based on that. I'm assuming that's correct. Are you still there, Mr. Baxter?
That is correct.
Are you still there, Mr. Baxter?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Just confirm what you said was correct.
Okay, thank you. The next stage is when the council responded to the appeal, so that was in May 2021. Your case was still predicated on the 0.27 PPR. Is that correct?
Can you just repeat that, ma'am? Because we're experiencing quite a bit of breakup from you, I'm afraid.
Okay, I said that when you responded to the appeal, so in May 2021, which was when you put your response to the appeal in, at that point you were still relying on a PPR of 0.27.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
And again, that all links back.
And again, that all links back to the response which
in November 2020.
in November 2020.
Yes.
Then the hearing statements
come in.
Mr. Baxter, can you mute again?
Mr. Baxter, can you mute again?
And I wondered, Mr. McKinney, when you became aware of that document CD 3.42.
I became aware of the document later on in the process after the statement had been submitted.
And Mr. McGinley, I think you indicated that between the Education Authority submitting the response in November 2020 and your position at the inquiry, they'd carried out a review and realised that 0.27 was too low and therefore it should be 0.37. Is that correct?
That's correct. But I understand that that's not been communicated as part of this hearing. So I understand that from the appellant's point of view, the 0.27 is the most recent PPR that we've communicated with them regarding this case. So I think that's where the confusion's come about for everybody and for yourself.
And when was that review carried out by the Education Authority?
That was a review that took a couple of months, and it was carried out from June through to September this year. So it is very recent, hence why it's not been included as part of this.
Is it?
Sorry, can I just offer
Yeah.
explanation? So, Mr. McGinley came into post in April, and that's the reason why the review was undertaken. That's it. That's the explanation of the change.
Sorry, that's correct. It was April that the review was started. Sorry, instead of June. April.
Okay, and is it just coincidental that they came out with a figure of 0.37, which was what the figure was before?
Yeah, because the figures that we've come out with is when we're looking on average, it's coming out as about 0.4, and for a couple of examples that we've worked through by putting in the details of the housing mix in the example. It's just it has come in at just about 0.37 when you actually work it out for the detailed housing mixes. But as I said, we've only done that for a couple of different detailed housing mixes, and we've been unable to do that for this case, but I understand that a detailed housing mix to be able to do that. But as part of the investigation, it was tying in with the information that had been previously gathered for that 0.37. So I wasn't expecting that to happen, but that's what happened with the housing mix that I looked at.
Okay, Mr. McKinney, you referred to a couple of documents that you submitted. One was a report with the Highland Council, which I've had a look at, and the figures are in your table 3. The other one was West Lothian report, which you referred to. I'm just trying to get that document. I think it's document 22.
That's correct.
Okay, so I had a look at this. Because you seem to put a little bit of weight on it, and at page 80 of the PDF, and this is appendix 6 of a committee report, just to put it into context. And this was, I think, I reviewed the school rules about 2015. I think the first part of the report looks at 2012, and then you go into a report to the council in 2015, and these are the appendices that are attached to that part of the report. And this is appendix 6. So a page is, on my PDF, if you've got a PDF there, it's page 80, or it's page 33 of what would have been the council report. And there, the average ratios are, I think it's 2 decimal points, 0.32 for non-denominational primary, and 0.14 or 0.15 if you're rounding up for non-denominational secondary.
That's correct, ma'am.
And I think you did mention the 2 examples of the schools that you looked at in West Lothian, which you thought were similar to this example here. I think it's page 109 of the PDF. This was for villas only in West Lothian. So the total population database for non-denominational primary was 0.198. And I noticed there that if the housing is less than 5 years old, it goes up to 0.6. And then for the non-denominational secondary, it's 0.176. The total population base up to 0.2 for housing less than 5 years old. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry. Yeah, for non-denominational primary, the total population 0.198, and then housing less than 5 years old, it's 0.607. Then that housing 5 to 9 years old, as it's increased to 0.295, housing 10 to 14, 0.28, and then 0.279, and then it falls away in due course.
Yeah, so you can see that, you can see the curve.
Yeah.
That you spoke about yesterday. And I guess the total population database figure, is that averaging out those figures? kind of averaging out the curve to give that total population database figure?
It's the same calculation that's done for housing less than 5 years old, but it's applied to the total. So it's not an average of each individual column. It's a freestanding calculation. So it is
Over the whole
there's
population.
yeah, so it is a full analysis of that population.
Okay, and then again for the secondary, it's 0.176 for the total population database. It goes up for housing less than 5 years, 0.204. And then again, you can see, I think the curve you were suggesting, Esther, where it kind of it increases and it seems to then come back down again. It kind of flutters along and it's coming down.
Yes, that's correct.
And I think the same becomes apparent at page 119, which is in relation to the James Young High School. And if you've got that there again, you see the total population database is 0.177 for non-denominational primary school. It's 0.5 for 5 years, housing less than 5 years old. And then it drops to 0.063 for 5 to 9 years. And you can again see that curve coming down and kind of plateauing out as the housing gets older.
Yes, again, one of the remarks made yesterday was about the timing of the various analysis and how it's important to get that timing correct. So in this instance, yeah, we see that as you say, the primary is 0.227 across the 10 to 14 age range, and its sample size for the housing less than 5 years old at that point is quite small, but we can see it's 0.583 for the primary, and then that due course falls away down to 50 years 0.235, or the column before that, the 25 to 49, is 0.201 for the non-denominational primary school.
Yeah. And we can see the non-denominational secondary school, again, total population is 0.181. And that increases after a certain period, tends to be when housing is 10 to 14 years old, which you can work out the logic to that. And then it decreases back down again.
That's correct, ma'am.
So bearing in mind your role in this, I just wondered if you still thought a PPR of 0.27 for this development was justifiable based on this kind of evidence and the evidence in table 3, because to me it seems high.
Yeah, I'm still on. Yes, I still think the 0.27 and the 0.37 are valid enough figures. I have actually seen some of the data from that Clackmann and Sharp have reviewed. It's for different authorities, and clearly I couldn't have full access to that. But certainly the approach that they've gone through, it does come back with the 0.37 and indeed the other figure. What I would say for the secondary total we have here, 10 to 14 years, it's 0.297 for the subtotal for the secondary. So a ratio of 0.27. I don't really see a difficulty with that. 0.27, 15 to 19 years. 271, 15 to 19 years old. 20 to 24, it's 0.277 is the subtotal.
Yeah, I can see that there. Yeah, and then it goes down again. Okay, but just to remind you, the evidence yesterday that you took the figures, my understanding, because those were the published figures for Clackmann and Sharp.
That's correct, yes.
That you didn't interrogate them, you applied them because that was what the figures were published from the council.
Yes, I've no reason to say the figures were particularly wrong or particularly correct. and I haven't seen the analysis and the approach, I can see where the numbers would come from. It's also the case that Clackmannanshire have fairly limited new housing actually taking place, and therefore the analysis that is before, say, for the James Young High School, for example, they do not have a similar scale of building, or don't have any similar scales of new housing. So their analysis inevitably takes them towards looking to see what previous authorities that they were part of. So they'd go back to that Stirling relationship, Stirling Regional Council.
Okay. Does the panel have anything they want to add? So I'm going to move on to question 13. Is there anything you want to add at this point?
Sorry, ma'am, just bear with me for 1 second, please. Sorry, ma'am, just a very brief summary. Based on the evidence that has been submitted to this appeal, and that is all that can be considered in this process, obviously. Based on the evidence that's submitted to this appeal, we maintain that 0.27 is justified. And some of the documents that you've just gone through with Mr. McKinney are very helpful in supporting that position. And I don't think we need to say any more at this stage.
Okay, thank you. Well, let's move on to 13, which is looking at the school role and projections and assessment of impact on Lawrence Hill Academy. Now, we established the estimate the capacity of the school is 1,100. That's agreed between the parties. And the current school role, I think there's general broad agreement. There's very slightly different figures used, but looking at the learning estate strategy, it's about 1,062 in 2020. And the starting figures of the various assessments are round about that figure, give or take. So there is general broad agreement kind of around that starting point. I'd like to start with the appellant first on this one, and just if you can just, I suppose, summarise how you did the impact assessment. I know you've got your 3 scenarios, but useful to maybe just summarise for my benefit how you did the assessments.
So the appellant's methodology is set out in detail in Appendix 3 of Core Document 5.2, which is the appellant's education appeal statement. So that will set out in more detail how we've gone about this. And this methodology is also supported by the submission of methodologies from a number of other council areas that also adopt a cohort progression model. And I'll just get you those references, which are CDs 8.5, 8.6 and 8.7. And these relate to Fife Council, East Lothian Council and also West Lothian Council. And just a point of clarification on West Lothian Council, they have actually recently changed its methodology, and so they have brought in an external consultant to prepare their cohort progression models. So the information provided by Mr. McKinney as part of that LDP position statement is not necessarily up to date in terms of how West Lothian undertake their projections. I'll briefly run through the main the methodology, the main parts of that, and the assumption we've adopted. But as I say, this is set out in more detail in the appendix. The first matter is to review the historic roles and capacities of the school for the last 5 years. This allows trends such as stage migration and stay-on rates to be established, which I'll discuss in more detail. And this information is taken from returns from councils, which are published annually by Scottish Government in its school estates data sets. In simple terms, with a cohort progression model, the S1 from the latest school data returns will become the S2 year group of the following year. So that's based on actual figures rolling across into the next year. As part of this cohort progression of one year moving into the next, a stage migration ratio is applied. This is based on the historic trends in the school that allows for between year groups, people may choose to leave or enter the school, and this could be influenced by things like families moving into an area as a result of housing development or as a result of buying existing housing, or it could be pupils moving out of the school because they've moved or as a result of out of catchment placement requests. For the S5 and the S6 year groups, another assumption is applied, which is the stay-on rate, taking into account that pupils do not have to stay in a school at S5 and S6. And again, this is calculated based on the historic trends for the school, based on actual data. So the projection for the S2 to the S6 year group will be at first based on actual data. To calculate the S1 intake for the school, this will be based on the total number of pupils in P7 of the associated primary schools for that secondary school. The assumption applied here is the P7 to S1 transfer rate. So this again is based on actual historic trends of the number of pupils in P7 that choose to attend their catchment secondary school. And this will be influenced by, again, placing requests. So pupils or parents may choose for those pupils to go to alternative non-denominational secondary schools, or equally they may choose to attend a denominational school. Housing is then taken into account by applying the pupil product ratio, which in the case of our assessment is 0.19, as previously explained. The number of pupils expected annually from completions in that year, in the housing land audit year, are added to the school in the next year. So for example, housing completion in the 2019-2020 audit year or financial year would be expected to generate pupils attending the school from the 2020-21 school year. So that would be August of 2020. The number of pupils expected from the new homes is divided equally between the S1 to S4 year groups. And this takes into account that it would not generally be expected that a high number of pupils from new homes would join at S5 or S6, both because it's optional years, but at the same time, you wouldn't expect necessarily a pupil to make such a move at such a late stage in their learning. It's important to note that in terms of assessing the pupils from new housing development, the pupil product ratio applied to secondary schooling in a cohort progression model is measuring the number of pupils expected to be generated from those housing in the short to medium term. The longer term uplift in the number of pupils will be measured by the primary pupils coming through the cohort progression model in the future. So we will go into more detail about the primary school methodology, but it's largely similar to that. And in terms of the primary modelling, which does have a consequential impact on the secondary school modelling, A similar assumption is adopted where the number of pupils expected from new housing are added to the school roll the year after completion. However, further assumptions are made to the uptake of the baseline P1 intake as a result of new housing being added to the area. So the PPR, in the case of a cohort progression model, measures the short-term to medium-term impact of pupils immediately expected from new homes, but also takes into account the longer-term uplift the school roll as a result of new housing. I think we've covered there the methodology. If you have any further questions or you would like the council to respond at this stage.
No, that was really clear. No, thank you. That was really helpful. I'll let the council respond. I'm assuming it's Mr. Kenny. I suppose I would ask whether you think there's anything fundamentally wrong with that methodology.
I can't say there's anything fundamentally wrong because I supplied at one stage, well, I did supply East Lothian Council. I did supply all of the former Lothian regional councils with their forecast model. I also then provided that and worked with Fife Council on quite a few other councils across Scotland. So the basics of what was being set out are, I think, a reasonable approach to doing a school roll forecast or projection. In terms of the West Lothian Council now having their outside supplier, that outside supplier also received a system information from me back to when they were in fact not in a company as such, when they were actually working with some of the universities in the south of England. So the differences with in terms of ratios that we discussed, that's still pretty much the same for the council. And indeed, the council can actually still produce the same detailed analysis of their school population. That has not changed. What they do have is a separate, isolated school projection system. And much of what's in the school projection system is pretty much what it was before. They do make use or did make use of access within a database arrangement, which the council weren't allowed to do, but they were allowed to do it for some reason. And apart from that, we have instances where when they get into the P1 numbers, the current West Lothian projection number, in common with quite a number of authorities in Scotland, they tend to rely on the Community Health Index and people numbers coming from that. The difficulty with that approach is that it's not house specific. That relates to a generic postcode and disaggregate it, and that's to try and resolve anonymity issues with the information. That then makes it more difficult to match against school catchment areas. So again, there has to be a bridges done to match that geography coming from community health to the catchment areas. So there is a degree of willingness around that approach that certainly wasn't in the sort of standard approach that I have outlined before. Now, whether that's that certainly maybe makes that simpler for authorities. They can work with one set of data. In our case, in West Lothian and prior to that in the Lothian region, we had a full population survey and database which we maintained, and that enabled quite a detailed analysis to be done. The one point I should add, which I didn't mention, is that when producing fully detailed projections and building in housing, we should really be taking the effect of new housing out of the calculation. So, for example, if I discuss what's called I would call stage migration, and stage migration being the change from in primary S1 to S6 compared to the following year P2 to P7. So you're rolling that cohort across 1 year. And what we should then do is remove the impact of new housing and net that off on the basis of the pupil product ratios, so that we then have migration rates that are without housing, and that should actually be applied to your P7 S1 transfer rate as well, because new housing is rumbling through all of these calculations. So if you have a gross projection model where these things are subsumed within it, which is the method that I have been using because I don't have that detailed analysis and access to information, then otherwise you have to really revert to a net model where if you have the information, you net out your new housing so that you can work out fully what the impact of a projection is without new housing taking place.
Mr. Marshall, do you want to comment on that?
Nothing specifically really in terms of the chat around methodology. I don't think that really conflicts with necessarily much of what we set out. Just one point though, the council haven't submitted detailed role projections to this appeal or clarified in any detail how it undertakes its projections.
We've got the tables in Mr. McKay's hearing statement, which have got role projections and factors. Methodology isn't as clear as your methodology, but I think Mr. McKay, did you just do something similar to what the appellant did, other than applying a different PPR?
Yes, ma'am, that's been my approach since about 1986.
Okay, so there's similar approaches, and Mr. McKay, you're satisfied that the basics are reasonable, the approach and the projections therefore reasonable. We've also still got the discussion on the PPR, which we'll put to one side. So I think on that basis, we will actually look at the various projections.
Ma'am, if apologies, if I would make one comment. The projection model that I would use is, I think, adequate for 10 years. Originally, it was only developed for 5 years of primary school, and then the add-on for secondary school. Then I modified that to start to consider 10 years for primary school, since that was a typical time period for a local plan. And then the reason for having some uncertainty as to that a period beyond 5 years for a primary school projection is simply because we're dealing with births that have not yet taken place. Whereas the first 5 years of a primary school projection, you should have birth information available for that. So you're therefore dealing with actuals as opposed to predicted numbers. And once you get into that 5 to 10 year horizon, you're having to make judgments or assessments as to what the ongoing pattern of births and P1 admissions is going to be.
And you're saying that because you can roll forward your P2 to P7s into your S1 modelling because you've got the actual figures for those. And once you've rolled them into that modelling, you get to the point where you're predicting or estimating both the primary numbers and therefore then the secondary numbers because they're predicated on a predicted primary figure.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. I can accept that, but I guess if you're basing all on historic trends, and housing information, the PPR, yes, there are going to be predictions, but there's some things there that are, you're using the best information that you've got to allow you to model out over a longer period of time.
I would suggest that going beyond that 10-year time frame is starting to stretch things too much, and that you should be actually using a different school projection model for that purpose. You're really starting to verge into small area projection models as opposed to something that's targeted directly at schools.
Okay, but you haven't put anything in beyond the 10 years, have you? So
No,
the only
ma'am,
evidence I've got
I
10
wouldn't.
years is what the development's done.
Yeah, that's simply because I wouldn't do that.
Okay, can we go into looking at the actual various projections? And the first one I think is probably worth looking at is the scenario 1 in the education appeal statement. And we've also got document AW 3.15, which I thought was actually helpful in this context, because the council have looked at Lawrenceville Academy existing from 2019 up to 2035-36 in relation to different development, fair enough, but they have looked at existing standalone without reference to that development or taking account of that development. And I think, Mr. McGinley, kind of your table 6 just looks at the, I suppose, the role and the factors up to 2020, back to 2005, and then there's projections in a graph at the bottom of your table showing a look ahead to 2031. And I'm hoping we could all pretty much agree that based on this, with no further housing in the catchment area, there is definitely capacity in the school. In fact, there's surplus capacity at the school, Lawrenceville Academy, whatever figures you look at. It's running about ranging from, say, 88 to 91% capacity.
Well, ma'am, from the table 6 perspective, we can see that depending on when the projection is actually rolled out, you get a range of between, I guess, maybe 30 pupils per capacity down to what is below 950. So and that's really confirming the discussion that we had, that the Lawrenceville projection, apart from some maybe immediate problems, was certainly on the way down in terms of pupil numbers. And the issue I mentioned was the stay-on rate at the school, and indeed then if that higher stay-on rate comes through, then that really puts pressure on Lawrenceville Academy. And indeed, we didn't actually raise the current school numbers for the school earlier. I think we related to the 2020 number, but the school or the authority does have a figure for 2021. Again, I think I mentioned yesterday that the census, the data I work to is census years published data. So the Scottish Government don't publish until March, but the council obviously have a current roll figure for the Lawrenceville Academy. And maybe Graham, Ben, or could confirm that.
The current school roll for Lawrenceville Academy is 1,097, but as David said, that's not been submitted as part of the evidence, but it's just a reflection of how things can change. That has increased from where it had been projected to be, and that ties in with higher stay-on rates than the historical rates that we've got. So that's the reason for that increase compared to the projection. But we understand that that wasn't submitted as part of the evidence.
No, it's not part of the evidence. The evidence I've got, and probably the best evidence of the council position at this point in time, is AW 3.15, which is your analysis of another development and its impact, Lawrence Hill Academy. And looking at that figure, you've got 2020-2021 current year of 1,039 projected row, which isn't far off the appellant's projected row, same period of 1,045 pupils. So what I'm trying to get at is the various assessments or predictions of the row looking forward based on AW 3.15, the appellant scenario 1, and the end point of Mr. McKinney's table 6, 2020 figure. They're all pretty much in the same ballpark and all show that there would be capacity in the school if there was no further housing development in the catchment area. And I think we're going to accept that as a starting point. The appellant accepts that? Good, okay. Then the appellant did scenario 2, which is looking at all development at Lawrence Hill Academy. Now this uses a PPR or CHR of 0.19, which we'll just take as read. I noticed that the appellant have used a different housing number, which I think you took from the housing land audit, and now housing that's been programmed in the housing land audit of 2,489. And this is therefore the impact of all that development, not just your own site, all that development on the school. So if that is correct, I think, Mr. McKinney, your probably comparable table, if we're trying to get something that's comparable, is a table 11A, is that correct? I think this just takes account of the development as opposed to all programme development in the catchment area. You're on mute if you're speaking.
Okay, yes, 11A, it takes into account just the development and the current number being discussed, which is a size in units.
And obviously it applies a PPR of 0.27, which we discussed, rather than the 0.19. And I guess in the context of those projections, Mr. McKinney, you're saying that by 2030, it's just breaching the 1,102 capacity.
That's correct.
And the appellant is saying, taking account of all development, it starts breaching out in 2023, peaking around 2033-34. Okay, is there anything the appellant wants to say about this, your scenario 2?
I think it'd be helpful just to come back on the clarity of the timescales for undertaking these projections. So Getty's school roll projections are based on a 30-year period for a secondary school. And to give this context, the appeal site's expected to be developed over a 14-year period. If a pupil generated from a home built in year 14 went into P1 primary school in that year, there would then be a further 7-year period for that pupil to work its way through the school system. So we feel that we need a period such as 30 years based on reasonable assumptions, based on historic data we have at the moment, to measure the longer term impact on the secondary role. And I think that aligns with what we've heard from the council so far, is you would expect a lag in the peak role of the secondary school, as you would expect more pupils to come into the primary school in the first instance. And just the point on the number of homes, yes, that is based on the latest available information we have from the housing land audit. including the programming for those sites. We're not aware of any assessment presented by the council to this appeal that takes into account the cumulative impact of housing development within the catchment of Lawrence Hill Academy. And we believe there's significant difficulties with the council's approach, for example, set out in the consultation responses, which are AW 3.14 and 3.15, in assessing developments individually. The assessment presented in AW 3.15 based on 650 homes for an application, I believe, was submitted this year, which suggests that they don't need to make a contribution. In comparison with this site, for 1,000 houses, which was lodged 11 years ago, is expected to make a contribution, is clearly at odds with the requirements of an assessment if you're taking into account Circular 3/2012 that requires an assessment of cumulative impacts.
And yours is the only table that looks at it cumulatively. If the programming in the housing land audit was slower, I presume that would just make the curve flatter but longer.
Yes, so given the housing marketing CLAC manager and some of the sites that are programmed, I think it's reasonable to assume that some of these sites maybe won't materialise at the rate expected in the housing land audit. However, we've adopted those programming assumptions as a worst case basis. We certainly wouldn't expect them to increase significantly. And if the rate of development is lower, you're going to have pupils entering a school in lower numbers over a longer period. So you would have a lower peak in the school roll. The flip of that would be if you had a higher rate of development, you would have more pupils entering school quickly and a higher peak in the school roll.
Mr. McKinney, did you look at the cumulative impact or just at the impact of this development?
I looked at the impact of the 1,000 houses and tried to model that so that we could see the full impact of that within a 10-year time frame.
Just given your experience, do you think scenario 2 looks reasonable? Bearing in mind if you take account of all the houses?
So, the concern that I do have is this notion of rolling the numbers forward simply because it's technically possible to do so. So that's the first comment on that.
Or do you think it's technically impossible to do so?
I think I think it's technically possible to do so because you can put it into a spreadsheet and roll it forward. That does not mean that it's the correct thing to do. So in terms then of the
In the absence of anything else, is it a reasonable thing to do?
I think
Look at the longer term impact of a school over a longer area, because I get Mr. Marshall's point that the development lasts 14 years. If you then add on the time it takes to get through the school process, if you have a child on day one of moving into that house, you are looking at a longer period. So in the absence of actual figures, because you're not going to have those, is it reasonable that you use your predictions, at least you're doing it on a consistent basis as a starting point?
it has been done on a consistent basis, yes, I would accept that. I can't really not accept it. But as I would say, the model I would be moving would be more a more standard population projection model for that timeline. In terms of rolling it forward, I think the tendency is to have a timeline where the impact of what happens in terms of primary ones can be very, very, very different to what happens on the ground. And likewise, the changes at S5 and S6 can be very different. That itself has increased from a very, very low point in the 2090s to an average across Scotland now of about 1.5 of S1s tend to stay on at secondary school, and that ratio is likely to increase. It's already sitting much higher in the independent sector, for example. So that's going to increase very, very substantially again. I would reckon by another quarter is what I would expect, to a 1.75, 1.8, something like that. And that would then mean that the secondary projections would be undercounting because of that.
But any projections are going to be susceptible to being wrong. That's the whole point of projecting. You don't know the information. You're trying to have a reasonable best guess estimate of what's going to happen. You're looking at the impact of this development, which we've got to do in terms of Circular 3 2012, to understand what the mitigation, the cost of that mitigation is. So in the absence of having the real figures, is it not the case that by using the real figures that you've got, rolling forward to P2 to P7s into S1, using historical trends, that has to be the most reasonable basis or the best evidence that we've got? Is there any evidence that we should have had that the appellants should have used? Bear in mind they're trying to demonstrate an impact and how to mitigate an impact over the period and lifetime of their development.
I would suggest that maybe they should be indicating some of the difficulties with the methodology that's out there, and simply the rolling forward some of the data over a very long time frame. I don't think is appropriate. So it's useful to have something because you can see it. However, I'd tend to say, well, actually, there should be a different methodology applied for that, and the decisions the council have to make are based on what it has to deal with now this year and indeed subsequent years. So in the medium-term forecast model that as I would use it, I would look to see that being relatively correct over the full 10-year time frame. So the 2012 projections for West Lothian were correct 100% for, I think, 2018.
And in reality, looking at the West Lothian document from 2012 to 2015, there wasn't a huge variation by the time you got to 2015. So we suggest that some of these figures move, but not to such an extent that would invalidate necessarily the projections done at the starting point. And I suppose the point I make is I've got to go on what evidence I've got before this appeal, and this is the only evidence I have. Is that fair? Of the impact on the development over a long period?
It is, but ma'am, we've highlighted what the other changes that take place in terms of the analysis that we looked at earlier, which showed the changes taking place, and some of those timelines and changes are actually occurring over 30 to 40 years and 40 to 50 years. And there's the assumption that a child moves in on day one, it takes them 7 years to go through to secondary school. That's fair enough, but you mightn't have a child on day one. You might have more than that, you might have less than that. So there's some issues then with how that model is actually working in that sense.
Is that not the whole point of applying a PPR? I would have thought, because you can't second guess who's going to have one child, who's going to have a family of 5. So the PPR takes that into account. You have to have something to make some decisions on. Otherwise, you would never allow any development to happen because you would never be able to ascertain or estimate the impact.
Yeah.
Based on the evidence before me, do you accept that this has to be the best evidence I have to go on to look at the impact or the cumulative impact of this development, other housing in the area on Lawrenceville Academy?
Ma'am, what I said again earlier was the evidence in terms of the long-term PPR suggests that the fall off in PPR is not as fast as the appellant has shown. And again, it would restate that methodology, it's good to see it, but actually I don't think it's particularly appropriate to use over that time frame. Certainly, I've always used a completely different model for anything approaching 30 years. And unfortunately, it doesn't provide this level of detail. But that's what education management and dealing with these issues is is about.
I think that's different. Education management I think is different than assessing the impact of a development. They're two different functions in my mind. This is for a certain purpose. The council hasn't, in my reading of evidence, contradicted or criticised the findings of this scenario 2. And there's no contradictory evidence. The council has put their own table in based on whatever methodology you think is more appropriate to contradict what the appellant's done. Is that fair? Or have I missed something?
I think, ma'am, that we have said that we don't particularly accept the methodology. A full stop is quite a brief statement in the report. Then
that, but I think just trying to get to the bottom of this, I think today you have said that there's nothing fundamentally wrong with the appellant's methodology. I think it's what we said.
I said
the basic or a reasonable approach, the projections are reasonable. Albeit I accept the fact you don't think it should be done in such a long period. You'd accept 10 years because you can then use absolute figures for the 10 years, therefore making your modelling, in your view, more accurate. But other than that, there's nothing that really tells me what you find fundamentally wrong with the methodology, because I don't think you do find it fundamentally wrong from what you just said.
The methodology, ma'am, for a 10-year time frame, I have no difficulty with that. I established that myself, so I can't say that it's incorrect. It's what I've done. It's what I think works. What I do have concerns with is extending it in the manner which has been done by the appellant. It certainly gives a set.
I should treat with caution years 2030 onwards.
Yes.
Or 2031 onwards.
2031 onwards, yes.
Mr. Marshall, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, thank you. I think we just want to flag that undertaking a role projection over a 10-year period, it's difficult to see how a council area could plan its secondary school estate over a 10-year period, given the longer term impacts of new housing on a secondary school, given the amount of time it would take to bring forward a proposal for an extension or a new build secondary school. Certainly we don't see other councils having these difficulties. The biggest difficulty we have with Mr. McKinney undertaking a projection over a 10-year period is that he's artificially inflated the programming assumptions for the appeal site. Table 8A of Mr. McKinney's hearing statement includes the programming assumptions adopted, which includes up to 150 homes per annum from the appeal site. And we've already discussed today that higher rates of programming will result in higher peaks in pupil numbers in a school roll. This has simply been done by Mr. Kinney to cram it into a 10-year period, whereas we know that's never going to happen in this housing market area. The appellant has considerable experience in delivering housing in Clackmannanshire. Based on their experience of delivering other big sites, in recent years, the most they've been able to achieve is about 50 per annum. We're assuming 80 per annum based on 2 housing developers on the site, and that's considered to be a worst case assumption. Our worst case assumption is the site will be developed over a 14-year period.
I was going to come on to the modelling assumptions on the annual build rate in relation to point 14, but I'm happy to do it here since you mentioned it. Mr. McKinney, why did you use a build assumption of 150? It does seem high, given I think there was some evidence from Mr. Boyle that yesterday the house building in Clackmannanshire is slow.
Ma'am, the reference to the 150 is very simply to show with examples that are used of Kinnaird Primary School in Falkirk and Simpson Primary School in West Lothian, and in relation to the example in Highland, what impact a new substantial housing area can have in the Kinnaird and in West Lothian. We're looking at circa 2,000 houses, in fact, over 2,000 houses being built, and the annual rate achieved across the time frame from 2007 up until the current, certainly in Falkirk, and the housing in West Lothian has stopped. That's because it's all built out, but the average rate that was achieved was 150 units per annum. So we're looking at a new school, growth in new school roles. We need to be aware that there is quite a striking uptake of numbers. And even if we extend that time frame, the time frame is only going to have a material impact if the rate of migration taking place in that area is substantially negative, and if the decline in birth rate through as done through PPR is also declining very significantly, and that time frame for that impact taking place is beyond the 2031. It takes you well beyond into that a period up to 2040, 2050 for that effect to take place. So the PPR won't particularly start to reduce down, and the impact on the school won't start to reduce down in terms of projected role until the actual housing is virtually complete. And indeed, once it's complete, school roles can roll around higher for a further 5 or more years. That would be not unreasonable to show. So the inclusion of the 150 is very simply, it's not to cram it in to upset anybody or put in an inflated set of numbers. It's to show very clearly what takes place within a methodology that's appropriate, what the effect of 1,000 houses could be. Now, clearly, if we extend that time frame, the impact is then it's going to be simply drawn out, but the actual impact of the new housing doesn't vary that much. You know, the peak numbers aren't going to be radically different.
Well, surely it must vary if your house build numbers are half that per year. There must be a considerable difference.
It's still the total housing that's driving it. So you have housing during the session, and then
housing point. Surely it means that the impact is less over a longer period. Therefore, by artificially inflating it, like doubling in the numbers, because surely the parent must be the best placed one to tell us how they're going to build out their development. You're not a developer, I'm not a developer, so they're the ones that are going to develop out the site. If you're doubling those numbers, you're getting a much greater impact, whereas the impact would still, I know you're saying in absolute terms may still be the same, but it will be less of an impact because you may never reach a certain point because it's a longer sustained impact at a lower level. So therefore the overall impact and the mitigation required can be completely different in that situation. Do you think that's a fair comment? Or is my understanding completely barking?
No, it seems it's a reasonable point of you to hold. Certainly the experience I have is that even if you do extend the time period out, is that the impact on the schools still isn't drastically different. You really have to have a very particular set of circumstances start to kick in to start to pull those pupil numbers down. And certainly that has to be within that timeline of, as I say, it's not you don't notice a difference within 10 years. The difference is really coming in at the 20 plus years before you will really start to see any impact of that. So a development taking 14 years.
Because on day one, if you're assuming 150 houses compared to 80 and apply your PPR, there is a material difference to that on day one. And if there's materially different impact, which could mean you reach your capacity or don't reach your capacity.
The council have to consider what the total impact of this housing is going to be.
But they have to do that, do they not, on a realistic basis of what the development is going to be. Now, the people I think are best placed to tell us that, and we can discuss whether it needs to be conditioned or not, is the number of units built per annum. Now, obviously, the appellant explained how they got to their assumptions based on 2 developers, 40 houses per annum per developer. You've more or less doubled that. And the impact, if we're looking at how you mitigate an impact and you're looking at the test in 321, that is a material consideration and a material difference.
is again, I'll come back to what the projection model is doing, and we're going beyond. We have to assess what the full impact of this housing development is going to be. It's 1,000 units. It's not a small site. The developers certainly will wish to build it out as quickly as they can, and yes, they will know what they produce in Clickbannonshire. The issue I would have is that I've certainly had plenty of developers argue over the years that, oh, well, a low rate of build is not actually going to have much impact because it's going to be absorbed by the decline in the population. Now, that is not the case because the housing being built all adds into your base population. So your new housing, as soon as it's built, becomes old houses. So you start to have that housing performing as a older housing, and it will revert obviously to a much lower rates in terms of people product ratio. We've looked at that, but that time frame for that is much longer than what's been suggested here. And the council have to try and judge and protect the position in terms of the capacities being exceeded.
And I get that, we're looking at the capacity of the school being exceeded, but surely by assuming on day one twice the number of pupils, because you're assuming twice the number of houses, you're increasing the impact twofold because you've started with a higher point.
Ma'am, I'm simply trying to show what the peak number is likely to be. It might take 10 years to get there, it might take 15 years to get there, it might be 20 years to get there, but that peak number isn't actually going to reduce that much because of a duration.
Will it not reduce because of how you progress through schools? If you're assuming a higher number on day one, you're not staggering those pupils as they go through the schools. You're assuming they're all going through twice the number of pupils, and the parents assume that they're going through the school at the same point, whereas the parents assuming that's staggered for longer, and therefore, just by pure mathematics, it can never get as high as you're thinking it's going to be, but it will be a longer impact.
The housing as it feeds through, ma'am, it's certainly going to have an impact during the school session. So it's going to impact on the primary school roll, P1 to P7. It's going to impact on the S1, S1 to S6 potentially. The housing as it completes then impacts and starts to impact on future P1s. So the idea that the housing simply disappears once it's built, that's not the case. It becomes an established housing area, and that's going to continue to produce children. So once a child isn't in the house, in the school, that's not the total child product ratio that's going to come out of that school.
Well, sure, the people product ratio takes account of that. That's why you're applying a people product ratio over the whole development. And equally, there must be some situations where that house doesn't continue to produce children because the parents of the children that were born in year 5 of the development live in that house and don't have any more children, but live there until the day they die. That's just like how people live. Like, I've got 2 children, I don't intend to have any more, I don't intend to leave my house. Hopefully I'll live here until the day I die. There'll be no more children coming out of my house. But surely, is it just a simple case of mathematics that if you reduce the number of houses from your 150 down to 80, the impact must naturally come down?
If there's a reduction, as I said, it's very minor. The calculation I apply is a compound calculation, so which reflects whatever is taking place in stage migration at the schools. So whether that's secondary or was affecting the primary, because it's the P1s we're considering. And that calculation then uses the stage migration rate as a proxy as to how the PPR is likely to age over time. And that's how that's calculated. And I use that because that's the simplest way of doing it. And it has been the most reliable way of doing it, short of going into using probability theory and things like that to try and calculate it. Certainly, it's been my experience that even a 600 house build doesn't start to come down in terms of pupil numbers for at least 20 years. So we're looking at an extension.
That wouldn't seem to be the evidence looking at the West Lothian examples that we looked at, where it looks as though the PPR does come down. We spoke yesterday as a natural curve. And looking at that document that we looked at when I was speaking about the PPR, there is a natural curve. The PPR does come down as the housing ages. So surely in the case of this development, that there's no reason for me to suspect that that curve wouldn't happen here, that over time it comes down. It does peak, we accept that, but it will come down.
Yeah, the banding in the table, in the first few columns, it's in 5-year increments. Then after that, it increases up to 25-year and more in terms of population increments. So when you're looking at the total average across, say that James Young High School, well, that's going back over since the that part of Livingston first started. So that's back to the 70s.
But it does show a decrease.
It does show the decrease over time. That's exactly what it would support.
And if I'm looking at or thinking about the impact of this development, is it reasonable for me to, I suppose, put more weight or more reliance on the appellant's views and how the site would be built out and the numbers of houses they built out per annum?
The appellant have come up with a number of units that they think will be appropriate. In terms of what Clackmannanshire have done, they actually haven't done a large housing area for many, many years. They may be correct, it might be a slow build out, a 30, it might even be less than that, who knows. But it is nonetheless a very large development. And I would be surprised if, as a large development, the pattern is not more akin to some of the other larger developments that have already taken place in Scotland.
Okay, I'll ask the appellant to come in. I'm just mindful of time, but allow you to come in and respond to that.
Just a couple of points from me, ma'am. One is that these are not just the appellant's figures. As we said in the commentary on the council's hearing statement, so it's our rebuttal, paragraph 3.17 contains an extract from the council's housing land audit, where the council assumes year one completions 30 units, and then going forward annual completion rate of 75 houses. So it might be useful to you, I'll leave it to you, ma'am, but it might be useful to you to hear from the council's planners as to whether they stand by what's in the agreed housing land audit. The second point I had was picking up on your point around the front loading, if you like, of pupils. My submission is inevitable that it means that there would be a greater number of pupils in the early years, which would mean a greater number of classrooms required in theory to accommodate them. And picking up on the point that the council made yesterday, they operate a PPP programme. So that would mean that the council would have significant additional revenue costs in the early years of the development. And again, it might be interesting for you to hear from the council whether they would be happy to carry that risk of significant additional revenue in the early years, simply to follow through on Mr. McKinney's methodology. And then I think Mr. Marshall perhaps has a couple of points as well.
Yeah, I'll be quick because I know the minute silence approaching. I mean, it's become evident that Mr. McKinney's assumptions on programming have purely been done just to do a comparison with these examples in West Lothian and Falkirk, which are completely different housing market areas, and we don't have enough context to understand those developments and the specifics of those schools. Just within the last month, I've received 2 consultation responses from West Lothian Council requiring conditions on phasing of housing developments related to impacts on secondary schools. And I'm aware I could provide many other examples of councils adopting phasing restrictions on that basis, because they accept that phasing has a material impact on the number of pupils expected in the school at one time. One distinction I want to make is that Getty's model measures the peak number of pupils expected in the school at one time, which then results in the scale of mitigation required. However, we also take into account the longer term uplift in the school roll as a result of those new homes joining the established supply. And Geddes assumes that the year after the development, pupils enter the school straight away, but they also become part of the established housing supply straight away. And there's an uplift in P1 intakes straight away. So I think there's two different things here that we're talking about, but in the sense, the programming will not have an impact on the longer term baseline role at school, but it will have a significant impact on the peak number of pupils in a school, which you base your mitigation measures on.
Okay, I get that last point. Thank you for that. I will ask Mr. Baxter to comment on the housing land audit and the assumption of 150 houses, and on use of a condition to control the phasing or the number of completions in a year. I'm just conscious of time. My clock saying 10:58. So I think, Mr. Baxter, do you want to say something quickly and we'll come back?
I think perhaps rather wait just till after the 11 o'clock, ma'am. I may run over time. It should be good.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. Raymond, slide on yourself. Thank you, everyone. We'll reconvene now. Mr. Baxter, I'll hand over to you to come back on those points about the housing land audit and the significant difference in impact if you use a higher number of houses and what that would mean for your schools and the revenue cost of running schools, and also the use of a condition to phase the construction of the units.
Thank you, ma'am. The HLA figures provided by Alan Water, and at that time we considered them to be reasonable, and therefore they're reflected in the agreed HLA. So they're not the council's figures; they're put forward by the developer, and they showed 75 per annum. It's also worth noting, I think, at that time that Alan Water didn't seek to change the capacity of the HLA is 774 units as capacity. In terms of the other point about controlling, or the other planning point, I think in your question about controlling house completions by condition, it's not something that we've historically done in Clackmannanshire, and we would have a few reservations about it in terms of sort of the reasonableness of it. I think in terms of the tests of planning conditions, as far as it does kind of seek to intervene in the housing market, and the sort of characteristics of sort of the housing market in Clackmannanshire in recent years has been probably periods of
I've lost Mr. Baxter.
I think we'd maybe be concerned that trying to find an average figure per annum that would be suitable to a developer, but also ensure the delivery of sort of community infrastructure in a appropriately phased manner might be quite difficult. And what we've done in other sites with planning conditions and Section 75 agreements is probably try to agree a phasing plan with the developer, and that phasing plan would probably have sort of milestones along the way in terms of how many houses can be completed before a certain event happens or before a certain contribution is made, and that we feel is we're more comfortable with. And I guess the other thing about trying to control just simply house completion numbers over a year or over a period of time is that we don't know what types of houses are going to be completed during that time. So clearly a year where smaller house units are completed may have much less impact than a year where on average the houses are of a larger size and pupil products may be higher. So I think there's a few concerns we would have about that approach, but we feel maybe trying to phase or at least find targets for house completion numbers that then tie in with certain events having to happen either on part of the council or the developer is a more appropriate approach to the delivery of housing and the required infrastructure to support it. You're on mute, ma'am.
So what I take from that is the figures for the housing land audit were provided by the developer, but you think they're reasonable, and also I don't think they've been disputed by anyone in the context of finalising the housing land audit. In relation to your point about the condition, I think the proposed conditions refer to a phasing plan. Would a condition having a maximum number of units that could be constructed in any 1 year alleviate any of those concerns, which I understand that you've mentioned just there? So rather than have an average figure per year, if you had a phasing plan, a maximum up to number per year, plus your planning obligations were linked to milestones, would that give a workable solution in your view?
We think with specific reference to education infrastructure, provided that we as a council and that we're aware of the house completion rates and how quickly these things are coming forward, then I think that's an arrangement we, as I say, we've employed in other larger sites, and you know, so we have time to see what's coming and plan for that. So it's open to a number of other factors and variables that can, you know, no one's in control of, if you like. So I feel that it gives certainty to all parties, including the applicant, or more certainty, should I say. I don't think there's always absolute certainty. I think that's a better solution from our perspective.
Mr. Branshill, you broke the list, but hopefully we got the gist of what you were saying. Does the panel have any response you want to make to that?
Not at this stage, ma'am. I've got a slight difficulty in that my client's not with us at the moment. So could I maybe come back to you on that point later on?
Oh, of course you can, yes.
Thanks.
And just before we move on from this, I suppose a view from the Education Authority, this you, Mr. Boyle, Mr. McGinley, about if you use 150 units per annum as your starting point, whereas the more realistic figure that the appellants put forward, which the council planning department accept as reasonable, of 75 houses per annum, which is half that. Do you think that would mean that you could over provide if you based it on the 150 units figure for an impact that actually doesn't materialise at that extent, and therefore you're kind of wasting public money, so to speak, which I think was your concern, Mr. Boyle, yesterday, that you don't want to provide too much excess capacity because actually that's not good and efficient spend of council resources.
Okay. We cannot extend schools bit by bit. You know, if we're going to say if the disruption, and obviously the building of a school, you need to have one shot at it. You know, so if we over a reasonable period of time, so you cannot continue to come back and cumulatively add on to a school. You need to do because it won't just, it's not just additional classrooms you're putting on additional common area, additional PE facilities, etc. So what you want to do is do that in one phase. And from the council's perspective, we would rather that the housing phasing and the number of pupils coming in were at a faster rate, because the way that the Scottish Government funds local authorities in terms of the revenue costs is they do that on a per capita basis. So they do that on the basis of the number of children who are in a school in any year. So our funding is directly linked to number of pupils. If that makes sense.
That not result in bigger school buildings which after 10 years are half empty because that number hasn't been sustained because it's been artificially inflated.
At the start.
Ma'am, can I intervene here briefly? We are experiencing quite a lot of breakup again in the room that we are using here, and we're thinking we might need to try and leave the meeting and then rejoin, if that's okay with yourself. I don't know whether you think that maybe coincides with having a short break or otherwise, but I think we're going to try and do that.
We
have a 10-minute break and reconvene about past
10-minute break and
Is that okay with everyone? So we reconvene at 11:20, and hopefully, Mr. Baxter, if you want to leave the meeting and come back in, we'll see if the connection improves for you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll do that now. So we've got 10-minute break, yeah.
I don't know what I was thinking. I'd try to prop it up or we check. I mean, all the cables are in. I just think it's poor Wi-Fi. I mean, we noticed that yesterday from Fiona McGinley.
Okay, just waiting for Mr. Baxter to rejoin. Mr. Baxter, does that seem better?
Better?
Well, so far, so let's hope that's how it stays. Can you hear me okay?
Okay, fingers crossed.
Okay,
then.
fingers crossed then.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd asked the question that Mr. Boyle, you'd saying that from Education Authority's perspective, you'd like a faster build rate because the revenue cost is on a per pupil basis, per capita basis, linked to pupil numbers. And my point was that if you're inflating or doubling the number of housing units on day one effectively, you would then have to provide, in my simple logic, a bigger school, which would over a shorter period of time become redundant because your peak has been artificially increased rather than having a lower peak but over a longer period. Does that make sense? I just wondered how the Education Authority would react to that.
It's difficult to say in terms of where an education estate goes over longer term. It's quite an extended period of time. You're talking about a 15-20 year period before we get to that stage. Speculating on changes in schools and changes across our authority, and additional schooling across the authority. It's back to the point of because our schools are so close together, we could potentially in future change catchment areas, and further housing sites may come on, and we could be changing catchment areas across the whole school estate. It's not like we're not like a large authority where the impact of one school is almost self-contained, because of the geography, and our future local development plan would allow for housing. So if there was capacity in schools, then housing sites would be released, which for the longer term. We can't take one school in isolation in a small authority like Glenmanisher, where our catchment areas overlap. So in Lawrence Hill, for example, there are pupils who live 100 metres from Lawrence Hill Academy that are in Alabama Academy's catchment area, just because of the smallness of our geography. That's unusual.
I think from what you said yesterday, is a fair starting point from the Education Authority's point of view that you don't try and build in a lot of excess capacity, like it's almost just enough and a bit more capacity as a starting point.
Yes, but if we would be building just enough capacity. and we're building it according to the housing that was coming along.
But do you think if you are if you're going to double the number of houses that are being delivered at any one time, from an education authority point of view, does that in your mind increase the impact, or make the impact more immediate over a shorter period of time?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I'm actually, we'll come back to the point of the condition, I think Mr. McLeod said, which is fine. Has anyone got any final comments on that? I'm going to move on to the scenarios.
If I could, ma'am.
Yes, of course.
Yes, we've had a lot of discussion about building units or the site out at 150 units per annum from the outset. If we look at table 8A, you can see a number of things in that. And that firstly is it's not building it out at 150 per annum all the way through. It starts off at 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 150, 150, 130, 120. So it's not building out consistently. Another thing that this table is showing is what has been discussed is the fall off in people numbers, or the increase in people numbers and then the likely decrease. So we can see in terms of P1s arising from that housing, it starts off at low at 2, 5, 9, 16, 24, 31, and it builds up to 52. And it runs at 52 for 2 or 3 years. And then by 2034, it's down to 51. And it'd be certainly be my expectation that those numbers would then reduce after that time frame. And then the other table is, I'd like to show you again, is referred to as table 10A. Table 10A, again, it's a housing schedule, and that shows the units starting off at 30, then running at 50, all the way through to 2035, and then there's 480 units that aren't actually included in the projection that relates to that particular table.
Mm-hmm. Alan, want to make any comments?
I think the only comment is those tables show what they show, but they're not the basis on which Mr. McKinney's done his projections and his modelling. I understand it.
I'll just make a further comment as well as, again, just to reiterate, the only party to this appeal that has experience of developing housing in this housing market area is Allen Water Developments. And as we stressed through all our submissions, 80 is considered a worst case assumption of what could reasonably be delivered in this housing market area. If we just go back to Mr. McKinney's table 8A, yes, while it is accepted that there is a ramp up in the number of completions which you would expect, the overall rate of development per annum is still significantly higher than what will be achieved on the site. We do not accept that no matter what the rate of development, the total number of pupils or the peak number of pupils in the school would be 52. It's evident from Mr. McKinney's own table that 4 years after development finishes, the rate drops off. However, if you had a longer development rate, you would have a drop off while you're still having new housing completions. So we do not accept that the peak number would be the same no matter what.
would it be lower?
Lower rate of development would result in a lower peak number of pupils in a school requiring accommodation.
And less of a drop-off?
Yes, if there was a very high rate of development, you would have a high volume of pupils going into the school in a short-term period and a bigger drop-off to the baseline. And if it was a slower rate of development, you would have a lower peak number of pupils and a smaller drop-off to the baseline. But in both situations, the baseline the school roll reverts to after development would be the same.
And I guess in simple terms, the same number of pupils would have come out of that development and been in that school just at different times over a longer period. Okay, Mr. McKay, do you want to comment on anything on that?
Actually, ma'am, I believe the appellant has 75 units in the council have 75 units in the HLA, and that that figure has not been disputed by the appellant. And the example in the HLA is created to show the potential drop-off in P1s that does take place. In the case of my projection, that takes place out with the forecast period. And Table 8 highlights the fact that I'm quite aware of that potential taking place. And the reason why the numbers drop off is simply the compounding effect of the calculation, whereby the base number of children coming from the base supply reduces down. And the factor then I've used for that is stage migration, and that's the migration that's taking place in the school at this point in time. If that migration rate was more negative, then that drop-off would be more evident. As the migration isn't negative, then you could see these numbers increasing, and that has been the case certainly in the some of the schools. And Table 10A shows the much slower build-up of pupils coming from that reduced level of completions, which is the 50 per annum. And again, that is demonstrating that we can't quite get to the drop-off in pupil numbers simply because the timeline isn't long enough. But we do see that the rate, if you check the individual gaps in the numbers, you'll see that some of that rate of increase is actually somewhat decreasing. So if you look at 2030 and Table 10A, the value for 2030 is 20 pupils. The value for 2031 is 22 pupils, whereas some of the increases before that are you have 4s and 3s in there. So there's the effect is quite simply that the pupil numbers are still going to increase. There will be fall off. You will get more fall off over a longer duration, but the total yield is still going to be very substantial. And if you then consider other housing that's in the catchment areas, especially for Lawrence Hill, then you'll find that I've showed the impact of 1,000 houses. Well, clearly we know from the learning estate strategy and from the HLA that there's at least 1,586 units in Lawrence Hill catchment area. And in fact then that the current site has an increase beyond that, and indeed some of the other sites in the Clackmannanshire area have also got site increases. So in terms of running that model through then at 150 or up to 150, because it peaks at 150, then that is a reasonable representation of what 150 units could do. So that could be completions across a number of sites. So not only is it the table then demonstrating the impacts of a site coming forward just by itself to be tested on its own merits, it also demonstrates what the impact would be for additional sites coming forward in that catchment area.
But that wasn't the purpose of that table, was it? The purpose of that table was to show impact of this development based on 150 units. You weren't trying to show a cumulative impact, were you, of looking at 150 units anywhere?
It's the same it's the same thing, ma'am. If you have it's 150 units going through, and that's why, for example, the site names I have listed are A, B, C, D, and there's a different number of units in them. You can certainly see that in table 8A. Maybe table 10A has just got one site in it. Yeah, table 10A has just got one, has A, B, C, D, but only one site with units against it.
Yeah. Okay. Right, there's no further comments on that. We've discussed scenario 2, which is the impact of all development, including the appellate development, on Lawrence Hill Academy. Scenario 3 in the education appeal statement shows the impact of all development, but with Manager Primary School rezoned. And I think this is similar to, or you've done a similar thing in, is it table 11 of your tables, Mr. McKinney?
That's correct, ma'am.
So I think in terms of your table, which I think you've based on just the appellate development, a PPR of 0.27, then in the time frame you've looked at of the 10 years, and you've explained why the capacity wouldn't be breached. That is my interpretation correct?
Sorry, ma'am, I had made it again. Yes, that's what the table shows. Clearly, the one circumstance which is changing, and which no doubt will always change, is the stay on rate at the secondary school. So that certainly would be an influence on the roll numbers. And again, that's one of the reasons why the forecast varies from 2017 through to 2020. It's stay on rates at the school in particular that are changing.
But based on your table 11 and scenario 3 in the parent education appeal statement, there's no breach of the capacity predicted in terms of the projections if the school, Clark Manager Primary School is rezoned.
Yes, that's assuming the school comes out in full immediately in terms of the projection, and then as was pointed out yesterday by Mr. Boyle, whilst the projection shows the pupil numbers falling away quickly, the reality is that some of the pupils would obviously remain at Lawrence Hill Academy, and the authority might also continue to admit some placing requests from the school from Clackmannant, since those children would likely to have brothers and sisters attending the school. So yes, if everything goes instantly, then that's the case. But there are caveats to that, as just mentioned. I don't know if Mr. Boyle wants to come in on that.
I totally agree. What you're saying supports what I was saying yesterday, and you're right. You know, obviously, parents with siblings who are at Clackmannant Primary and want to remain there. You know, it's natural.
I can understand that. I totally get that. But based on both Mr. McKinney's table and the parents' scenario 3 table, taking it simply and understand there are caveats to this, it's not perfect science, the capacity would not be breached if Clark Manager Primary School was rezoned. Yes. That's what both these tables show, is that correct?
That's basically correct if it can all be implemented. The one thing I would show in terms of detail is, just make sure I'm looking at the right table. Yeah, table 11. in 2031, we have the S1 at the secondary school up to 222. Previous year it's 208. At S3 it's 200. So again, that was to that time frame, the secondary school is certainly within capacity. The numbers are still building up. So it's likely that it's likely that that forecast or that projection would increase in the future years simply because of that increase that's coming through from the primary schools.
And is that what is seen in scenario 3, where in 2031 the pellets got 202, and it goes 207, 208, 209, 210, and then it drops away again? So they're showing there is an increase in those numbers, which would reflect what you're saying, in that it looks by 2031 that it's going to peak again and then come back down.
Yeah, I think Mr. Marshall could speak to that, but that would be the general principle I think we would agree on is taking place.
Marshall?
Yes, we would agree with that. That purely reflects the increase in at the primary school level, making its way through the system and impacting later on in the period. One clarification I would make is that we do not immediately assume that all pupils suddenly leave a school. The assumption is that it's around the P7s coming from the primary school, so we're not taking anything out of the secondary school role. It's purely coming from those future P7s. And obviously this is without taking into account the ability to undertake innovative timetabling to provide more capacity at the school.
I was going to ask you about what you assume as to which pupils go out of school, which pupils come in, so that's really helpful. So from those pupils from S1, S6 already in the school, you assume no change. You've just looked at those coming in and where they would be distributed, so to speak, depending on their catchment areas at that point. Okay, so I'm happy that I've covered question 13, unless there's anything anyone else wants to add or raise or comment on at this point. Taking that as a general no. If you go into question 14, and I think some of these are, we can start off really quickly. The current rule, I think, is agreed at a total, based on the evidence I've got and what on our site inspection, I think it's 315 pupils, but 48 of those are nursery. Sorry, 38 of those are nursery. I think that's from the evidence I've got. So it's 315 total. There's 277 primary school and there's 38 nursery. And if anyone disagrees with that, can they shout now? Nope. Okay. So modelling assumptions, I think we've covered that actually. We've covered the PPR, we've covered the annual build out rate and the assumptions made around that. I don't think there's anything else I need to go on or discuss on that point. I think I've got the information on that from both parties. I understand what happens to your to the impact going forward. And we've covered these with planning condition, although Mr. McLeod, I'm happy for you to come back to that point. Once you've had a chance to speak to your client, maybe after lunchtime. And we can discuss that in the context of the other conditions on the other agenda, so we can pick that up then. There's no problem with that then. So if we can look at, and we'll probably take the 2 points together, school role projections and how the assessments are carried out, the methodologies on that. So Mr. Marshall, we'll start with you. And if you can just run through kind of what was done in simple terms and take me to whichever tables you want to take me to.
I think we've already covered the methodology as a whole, and so the principles are the same with some slight variations in that the number of the pupils from housing are distributed across the 7 primary school year groups rather than the S1 to S4. Instead of a assumption on the number of pupils entering S1 from the previous P7, we have to assume a baseline P1 intake. That's derived by looking at the average P1 intake for the last 5 years. One final assumption as well that's specific to the primary schooling is, I mentioned earlier that we assume a house that's completed immediately joins the established housing land supply in the area, and there's a future uptake in the P1s. And the way we calculate that is we have the PPR that looks at the number of pupils expected from new housing that go directly into a school. But you can calculate a pupil product ratio for established housing as well, looking at the number of pupils and number of housing in Clackmannanshire as a whole. And that's available through published national data sets. So for example, in this instance, we took the total number of dwellings in Clackmannanshire, and I'll just direct you, it's paragraph 4.24 of the Education Appeal Statement, which is core document 5.2. There's a table there that sets out these assumptions. So the number of dwellings in the council area is 24,765. The total number of primary pupils in the council's estate at the year we took this information was, which was the 2019-2020 school roll, because the latest information we had on dwellings related to 2020. If you divide the total number of pupils by the total number of dwellings in the area, it gives you a ratio for the total number of housing in Clackmannanshire. So in this instance, you would expect that for every established house, there's around 0.15 pupil product ratio. So, for example, for every 1,000 houses in the established supply, you would generally expect around 150 primary pupils. However, that accounts for all the primary school pupils in the school system. We then need to calculate an assumption on those pupils in P1. And to do that, it's simply a case of dividing the ratio by 7, which represents P1 to P7. And then in this instance, it gives you a ratio of 0.02155. So that figure is applied annually to the number of housing completed in the catchment on a cumulative compound basis. So for example, in the case of Sauchie West, if you had 30 units completed 1 year, the next year you would be applying that ratio to the 30 units. But then if you had the 60 units completed the year after, you would then be applying that ratio to the 90 units up until we get to the 1,000 units. And that assumption is continuous throughout the modelling.
As soon as the house is completed and is formed as part of the established housing land supply, you apply this factor, and that then carries on the assumption of how many pupils are coming out of your existing housing land supply.
Yes, and that's what we were talking about earlier, is the longer term baseline role in the school will increase, as well as having an initial peak in the school role. So there'll be the current school role, a peak in the school role, and then a future baseline role, which will be higher than the current role.
Yeah, okay, I get that.
I'll just run through the 3 scenarios we presented in the Education Appeal Statement. So the first scenario is the no development scenario. same basis as that run for Lawrence Hill Academy. It assumes there's no further housing development. However, it would include some pupils from new housing, which is either being completed in the last couple of years, which are already in the school role. So there will be some element of house building, but it assumes there's no further housing development. And it identifies that there's no future capacity pressure at the school, with the role settling around 250 pupils in the long term. So this identifies that there is capacity at the school to accommodate pupils from new housing. Scenario 2 is a committed development scenario. And this is on the basis that the appellant has taken into account all programming in the Housing Land Audit and recognises there are 2 sites that have planning permission. One of these sites, at the time of the projection was undertaken, had 140 homes to be completed, which is the former FE College site, which is LDP reference H15. I do appreciate that I believe the site has now been completed. However, we don't have up-to-date Housing Land Audit information, but it has still, the impact of the site has still been taken into account. And in this scenario, it shows that there's likely to be a peak of 290 pupils in the 22-23 school year before falling off again. However, there's no capacity pressure as a result of committed development, which we'll get onto later, is reflected in the appellant's financial contribution proposal, which is fully funded by the appellant. Scenario 3 is based on all developments, so that's 1,000 homes at Stockey West and the 2 sites, including the former college site. It projects a peak of 447 pupils in the 2035-36 school year. And again, that peak's also reflected in the 2036-37 school year. In the longer term, the role is projected to settle around 413 pupils. The initial breach in the capacity of the school, based on a capacity for 12 classrooms, which the appellant, in accordance with Scottish Government guidance, considers to be 354 pupil places. This would be breached in the 2027-28 school year. Sorry, I've got that wrong there. The capacity of a 12 classroom school would be 342 pupils.
342.
Yes.
Okay.
And that would be breached in the 2027 school year with a roll of 354 pupils. Sorry, just got the numbers mixed around there. However, it's likely taking into account class organisation that additional capacity at the school would be required before that year.
Okay, and in all these tables, you've got a planning capacity, and is that based on not the actual school capacity, but using the Scottish Government metrics?
Yes, so the figure presented, the 367 in our tables, was based on our understanding at the time this was produced that there was 13 classrooms available in the school. And that's calculated in accordance with Scottish Government's Determining Primary School Capacity document, which is core document 8.1. And in accordance with this guidance, that would be calculated assuming 217 pupils for a single stream school, which is 7 classrooms. And then for the remaining 6 classrooms, these would be assumed to be at least 25 pupil places, which represent either P1 or composite classes. And if those figures are added together, the capacity which is shown in that table is 367. However, appreciating that we now understand there's 12 classrooms available for teaching in the school, which is reflected in the appellant's updated proposals, which we'll get onto. There would be 25 pupil places less available in the existing school, which would give you a capacity for 342 pupils, planning capacity calculated in accordance with the guidance. On that basis, the breach projected in the school roll would still occur in the 2027-28 school year. However, again, it's likely that capacity would be required before this date. In the previous year, 2026, we projected a roll of 340 pupils, which would be very close to the total capacity of the school. So the likelihood is that capacity would be required for the 2025 school year, which has a projected roll of 326 pupils. In terms of the projected peak roll, which is 447 pupils, our analysis is that a 16 classroom school would be required to accommodate these 447 pupils, which would be a capacity for 484 pupil places calculated in accordance with Scottish Government guidance. And this is calculated as 434 places for a 2-stream school, which is simply double a single stream school in the 217 we discussed previously, plus 50 pupil places for the 2 additional classrooms as composite or P1 classes.
And you've based your modelling on this cohort progression model where the children, you don't assume all 270 or 370 kids will arrive on day 1. You phase them, so to speak, through the course of the school and the fact they leave school and go into secondary and continue that progression through. So as you said, you've got 2 school cycles effectively in a 14-year development of kids coming through the school, leaving the school. And you've based your modelling on that basis.
That's correct. And in addition to that, we do have the uptake in the established housing land supply filtering through the system as well, so that there's the pupils from the housing immediately, but also in the longer term.
So you take the baseline, you add in, you're increasing it year on year by that established housing figure, 0.02, and you're adding in your cohort, so to speak, from your housing as it comes through the system. Just being very simple about it.
Yeah, exactly. So in a projected P1, you would, in the future years of the development, you would have a baseline assumption based on the historic numbers of P1s at the school, an assumption on the number of pupils entering P1 from new housing completed the previous year, plus an assumption for housing which has now joined the housing land supply and has uplifted the original P1 intake assumption.
Okay, I understand that. Are you finished there, or is there anything else you want to add before we move on to Mr. McKinney?
I think I'm happy to end there.
Okay, you don't have to, not making the end there. Okay, Mr. McKinney, being a layperson, to me it sounds very reasonable that you look at the impact and the progression of children through a school, as has been done for Lawrence Hill Academy. You don't assume they all go into S1 and day one and there's an impact. You track them going through the school. I suppose I get the feeling that's not the approach you've taken. You're taking a cumulative approach in that they all 270 pupils, therefore you need school on day one for 270 pupils, rather than this progression through the system. So would you like to comment on that, and correct me if I've got anything wrong in my understanding?
Yeah, apologies, ma'am. I think there's similarities between the two projection methods. What has been used is that in terms of, if you think of primary school, and indeed the process is similar for secondary school, you have your pupils that you would start off with your projection being the current pupils. So your P1s would become P2, but that a change would be governed by migration, and it would also be governed by any housing that was taking place during that particular year. And you can net off the housing so that you have the discrete components if you have that information available to you. Then as that cohort, so effectively you have I used to do it as a start of session role, and then I would have an end of session role. And the start session role, the end of session role would simply have the addition of housing component for that particular year. And that would be in the case of a primary school, it would be set at the 7th of the pupil project. Then that year, that end of session for P1 is then carried through to your primary 2, and then that's when the migration calculation is applied. And then that becomes your primary 2 number. And then in due course, a similar process is applied, whereby you add in any housing you might have for that particular session. You then end up again with an end of session rule, shall we call it, and then that is what is carried through to your next P3 figure. And again, there's a migration rate that's applied at that P2 to P3 transfer. So that process is done throughout the projection. And then when we get through to secondary, it is effectively the same thing. You have the transfer rate at primary 7 to secondary 1. And that is simply taking the total number of primary 7 pupils and comparing that against the total number of secondary 1 pupils. And again, if you have housing information in terms of housing completions during that year, you can then adjust that figure to allow for children coming in straight from the new housing, and then what the background transfer rate actually is. And then it's important to note that that transfer rate is all of the pupils in primary 7 may or may not be catchment to the schools, and then you might have a different catchment, non-catchment balance when the pupils come in at S1. Once they're in at S1, then again you consider housing for that particular session. If you have that information available, you then take migration to that, and then that ultimately becomes your S3 pupils, and somebody then on to S4. S5 and S6, I don't apply migration to that, has been outlined by the appellants. I have on occasion done housing, and that's because sometimes you do have pupils moving in from new housing during session, even at S5. And it's very rare for S6, but sometimes it's S5. And that could be people moving in from, say, out with Clackmannanshire or out with Scotland. So they don't have a home school to remain at. So you will have these odd circumstances. Then I would apply a transfer rate from S3 through to S5 and from S onto S6. And then that's the transfer rate that's typically used by or STEM, a rate that's usually typically used by the Scottish Government. So I've went with that. Previously, I've done S4 to S5. S3 to S5 gives you slightly better reliability because of school leavers at S4, children who are able to leave school at S4. And indeed, there might be other changes taking place at S4 in regard to pupils with additional needs. So the S4 figure to S5 can sometimes be a bit more volatile because of that. So S3 to S5 and then S3 to S6. So that's the process that I would go through in terms of doing a projection. So it's basically the same as what has been outlined by Mr. Marshall. There might be some small variation in there at some stages, but it's effectively the same. So if you both calculate a stage migration rate, I would imagine we'll have the same figures for each particular school, unless somebody has more detailed information in terms of actual housing completions that you can net off from those calculations.
It sounds to me, yeah, there might be small nuances between the two, but it sounds broadly that it's fairly similar, the process you go through. On that basis, using that migration through the schools and understand the process you're going through, and you put different rates at different points in time, get all that. How does that justify, I suppose we'll come on to this, but how is it justify, well, we'll leave that question. Do you, I suppose, do you broadly agree, I know you've got reservations about the period of modelling, taking up for 30 years, but would you broadly agree with the appellant's conclusions in their three scenarios that Mr. Marshall commented on?
I have concerns that they're understating the maximum people numbers that the authority is going to have to deal with.
Why do you think it's understating?
Sorry, simply because of how they're actually approaching some of the. Again, it's down to the niceties. It's how they're approaching some of the calculations. They're making various assumptions throughout, and certainly in terms of the people product ratio, they're obviously starting from a lesser point, and then they're applying further reduction to that. So I would not apply anything to do with bringing that ratio down to say the Clackmannanshire average. I wouldn't do that because that quite simply takes a very long time to take place. I wouldn't expect that to happen within a 30-year time frame.
The PPR point, leave the PPR point to one side, except you're not going to agree on the PPR. How else is it understated in what they've done, putting the PPR to one side? Because I agree that if you don't accept the 0.27 and it should be 0.37, then it is going to be a higher number. But putting that to one side, how else is it understated? Can you draw me to an example or something that would explain how it's understated? Not related to the PPR.
Okay. You just get a moment to get into the right document.
You go into the education document, it's CD 5.2 if you want the appellant's document, but feel free to take me to your tables if that helps demonstrate something.
Okay. Oops. I have a technical error here. I can't get up the appellant's document. It's breaking up. If I go back to our own statement, and
Is this your hearing statement or?
yes, to the hearing statement. And again, then, so if we look to table 7 for Craigbank,
Yeah.
yeah, that then shows the historic triple numbers from 2005 through to 2020. The table below shows numbers from 2002 through to 2032. So the table itself, it shows 2005 to 2020. That's because it's based on this 2020 census. If it was on the 2017 census, then that would roll back to 2002. And it's a mechanism which allows me to move through the census years. Then that then feeds through to the projection, which is in the chart below the table. You can see obviously to the right is the stage migration calculations. And then the chart is showing the different projections according to the different years. And then this is using gross calculations. So I've not broke out any factor for housing completions during the school year, as effectively I don't have that information for that authority for these schools. So it's the calculations then are all gross calculations. So if I assume then that, for example, housing has been completing in this catchment area over the past 5 years, well then the projection will assume a similar level of build and will be included then in the projection figures. So we can see the overall capacity and projection then is met with the 2017 projection and is slightly less than with the other projections. So again, we're showing that range of numbers which you would expect from projections. But again, that's without adding in additional housing. It's assuming some housing is taking place. That housing is at the low level that is currently taking place within the catchment area.
So sorry, the projections assume no house building.
That's what these ones are showing. They're aiming to show that. So it's attempting to show the baseline position over a number of years, assuming the continuation of the current level of house building in the catchment area. So then when we
and so that would reflect the appellant's scenario 1, although they project further, but their figures, they've got a total roll figure for 2015 up to 20, well, they've got 2026, but up to yours, they've got 2015 to 2020, which are the same, presumably because this is based on actual figures.
Yeah, the table itself is based on actual data, actual census returns.
So I think my question was, where has the appellant understated the maximum pupil numbers? So this is historic with a projection looking forward, and it's relatively broadly similar where the two tables coincide with what the appellant's got because it's based on actuals. So how have they understated?
Yes, when we look to the impacts then on table 8, and then table 8 in the notes sets out a manual pupil product ratio of 0.37 has been applied. It gives the stage migration that has been applied. it then says about how we deal with calculations. And then in this case, they have also applied a reduction to the primary intakes to take account of decreasing bursts in Clackmannanshire. And we know that bursts in Clackmannanshire and across Scotland have been reducing quite steadily. So those factors are built into that particular forecast. It then shows the housing taking place. It certainly has taken place within the truncated time period, but it shows the maximum impact of that housing feeding through, and that's according to the housing schedules that we looked at earlier.
This is based on 150 houses. Is that correct?
Sorry, I missed that.
This is based on 150 houses. Well, it's based on your table 8A.
That's correct, ma'am, yes.
Okay.
And then table 10.
I'll just stop for a moment. I suppose if you're doing a comparison with the Pellants table now 3, which is all development, including their development, then in 2021 they're saying it's 282, you're saying 272, 2022 is 291, you've got 270, 294, 288, 80, 300, you've got 299, 326, you've got 336, 340, you've got 382, and it jumps up. But is that because you're doubling the number of houses that are being completed in that period, and therefore the figures are naturally going to increase because you're applying a PPR of 0.37 to an extra 80 houses?
Yes,
therefore there's going to be that jump compared to what the Pellants done, because they're based on a different PPR, which we'll put to one side, but a different build out rates. Therefore they haven't understated it, they've just got different assumptions that they're using.
But yes, there's clearly some different assumptions. The impact was clearly in the table 8A and table 10A, which are the housing schedules. They both show the increase in units per annum. So 8A goes from 30 through to 150 and then reduces to 120. Whereas table 10A is the more modest 30 up to the 50 and just running through, and obviously that's going to complete at some stage in the future.
And then I suppose if you're looking at table 10A, which you're saying is the modest build out assumption, then at 2031, comparing scenario 3 of the Pellant with your table 10, you're saying 425, and they're coming out at 403, which might be a factor of the different PPR ratios used.
Yes, maybe I'm not sure how many houses they've put into the first year as well of the projection.
So is it fair to say that they've all understated it, or is it just due to the different assumptions that have been used, and actually you're all in a similar place as to what the impact would be?
I guess it's a bit of that, because the methodologies and what Andrew is using is very similar to what I currently do, and it's certainly very similar to what I've previously done. So I'm not surprised then that some of the numbers are coming out on a sort of comparable basis. What I am concerned about is what happens beyond that 10-year time frame. So from the approach I've taken, I've tried to put forward what happens with the more modest rate of build when that impacts on capacity, and highlighting then how that obviously the issues build up, and then we have the higher level of build, which shows what the total impact of the development, and so that's where that is coming from. So we know that there's a reasonable extension, a substantial extension is required at Craigbank, if that was possible to deliver. And we also know that there's 1,000 houses being discussed by the appellant. So that 1,000 houses.
Why you haven't modelled past 2031, because we've gone over that. But based on the fact that if you go with your table 10A, sorry, you've got maybe 4 more years still to build out. Is it, I suppose, would you accept, or is it fair that what the appellant's trend is that it continues to increase up until, say, 2036? So it continues to increase because you're still building out. Then after that, it would naturally decrease as these pupils go through the system into S1, and there's no new pupils being generated from that development. They're now part of the established housing land supply. So is the trend in scenario 3 of the appellant generally what you'd expect to see in your experience?
The trend has taken place in I would suggest in too short a time frame. Table 10A is showing the number of units in the projection, which is the solid line at year 12, and there's 680 units in the projection at that point in time. So there's then a further 200 units to 2035. So we have some units beyond that that are going to complete. And we know that in terms of primary 1 numbers, that in 2034, the development, which is running from 30 then up to 50 units per annum, is going to have a P1 intake of 30 pupils. And as those house units continue to complete, then that's going to push that figure up. So to me that guarantees a single stream of primary school provision in the development itself.
Why?
Well, 7 times 30 is 210. So it's at least that. So P1 number is going to rise above that. So you're going to have those numbers feeding through the school system. So in terms of a standalone school, that's exactly what you're looking at. If we're feeding that in against Craigbank, then the issue becomes what sort of decline there is potentially in the school role at Craigbank. And if Craigbank has been running a relatively stable role, then there's not going to be that much of a decline in pupil numbers. I know that I've already taken account of decreasing birth rates here, and I'm setting that through for a further, 10 or more years. Now, again, I might be completely wrong in that. It might be we have declining births for another 3 or 4 years, and then they start to come back up again.
So it's just backtracking a little bit to make sure I get this. So on your predictions, you're saying, or projections, you're saying at 2031, it's 425 pupils in the school. And at that point, we've got, you're say 4 more years yet to build out. And suddenly we go from that to needing a new school.
Well, Mum, the school is running out of capacity by 2025, if not the year before. So you're already 105 places short, and that's increasing.
But do you not get to the point where you're maintaining that level rather than it increasing because kids are leaving and the same number of kids or less kids are coming in?
the I'm looking at the primary one. So you would have, if you think of the 2030, I'm back a bit. So 2025, there's 7 pupils arising from that rate of build. So they would be added in to the school numbers, and they would be migrated through the school projection, so that 7, if there's a negative migration rate, that 7 would reduce down according to the level of migration. However, by the time we have 2034, if we run back the 7 years that would constitute the primary school roll, then we can see that is by that stage we're looking at those numbers coming up to your single stream school. You might be 5 or 6 classes, but you need to organize that probably on 7. And then as those numbers continue beyond 2034, as the remaining units build out, you're likely to hit then the 33s or more. And at that stage, you're into a school that's above a single stream capacity school.
And where am I finding these figures? Because my table stops at 2031.
Table, sorry, if we go back to table 10A. Yeah. So I was mentioning there are the 7 pupils at 2025. And then I said that 7 would be added to the primary 1, and then that 7 would be migrated through through the school projection. So, but by the time we get to, and clearly at that stage, there's only 6 other children arising from the new development at primary 1. There will be children arising from the development across P2 to P6, or P2 to P7. But there's only 7 actually feeding through to primary 1 at that stage, and 6 from the previous years. However, by the time you go towards the end of that housing schedule, which is showing the numbers to 2034, then we can see if we run those numbers back, then that's when you can see the load on the school is quite different.
Right, so in year 4 you've got 2 P1s, and in year 11 you've got 20. Taking that as a 7 years at school.
Yes.
So when you're adding the 20 in there, you need to take off the 2 that came in to understand what because those 2 will have left by year 11 from the development.
They will have left the school, yes. They wouldn't be in the projection.
So are your figures here are just the new P1s?
That's just showing the impact of the new primary 1 pupils, and they feed into the forecast consecutively. So on table 10, I've got it right, the right tables. Then the last year of 61, then 22 of those pupils are, yes, 22 of those pupils have come from new housing as a new component into that feed. And we can see a slight skewing of the data as the primary 1 numbers build up, which is reflecting I guess the likelihood that the primary numbers will be slightly skewed towards the younger years.
This is a really silly question, but based on a constant build rate, why do the P1's numbers increase?
They're increasing because the base land supply, they've been added to the based land suppliers each year. So the houses, you have your first batch of new houses contribute your 2 pupils at primary 1. Those 2 pupils at primary 1 aren't going to disappear, but they will certainly be impacted by migration. The housing will age. Those 80 odd houses by then will have aged. So therefore you'll take a proportion of that 80 odd housing. You will mark it down because of the aging effect, and then you'll add in on top the next year's fresh housing feeding into that. And then each subsequent year that is compounded down. So by the time you get through to 2031, you will have 9 years in which those pupils from that first batch of 30 will be reduced down.
There must come to a point where this number stops increasing, though.
It will stop increasing if we look to table 8, table 8A. And again, this is one of the points behind the table, is that we can see the build rate here, the whole thing across the different sites completes by 2030. So it's all within the projection time frame. And in terms of the primary 1 numbers, we can see then that the effect, the build-up effect of all the housing starts to tail off in 2034. That's the number at 51.
Okay, I can see that there. Okay.
So you have the increase post-housing that runs for a couple of years. That will depend on the number of units actually built. And then the likelihood is that will tail off. And that would accord to what we understand with the PPAs over time.
Okay, so 2031 there, you've got 45, and it was still continuing to increase for a few years after that to allow the rest of the build period, then a lag, and then it would come down. You're on mute, sorry.
Yeah, as you said, it increases after the completion period, and then the lag reduction would start to come in at 2034, and then the reduction rate could well be can often be it'll be something that will come down over a period of up to 20 or more years.
Okay. Just looking at, I'm just actually on your table 10 moments. When you've got the capacity of 320, have you just taken, you haven't looked at the Scottish Government guidance of how to determine capacity? Have you just taken, well, how have you calculated the capacity of the school?
The capacity I've used is the 320 figure from the council. And that's based on would be based on 11 classes. So when we're at the school, the school said we're currently teaching in 12 classes, but the capacity is actually meant to be 11 classes. Maybe Michael could explain a wee bit more about that.
I mean, is there, maybe Michael or Mr. Ball can explain, but is there a difference between how a school is run and the actual capacity a school would have in terms of the government guidance? Because you you can use it at school in a very different way over different years, depending on your makeup. But actually the capacity at school could be a lot higher than what you're using, or you could be using it close to that capacity. Is that fair? So it's, if you're looking at what the fixed capacity is, you should go back to the kind of guidance and just do a straight calculation. But that might be different to what your day-to-day running capacity is. Is that fair?
Ma'am, I would tend to.
Can I come in?
Mr. Boyle can come and answer this if he wants.
Thank
On
you.
the-
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. The issue of two mics on at once. The reason Mr. McKinney says that the school should be running at 11 classes is the school should have 2 general purpose rooms, and that's within Scottish Government guidance. You know, the effective once you go over a single stream school, you should have 2 general purpose rooms, and it's only using 1 general purpose room at the moment. And because of capacity this year, it is to use a general purpose room to create additional class. But this is purely a short-term issue, and it will go back to an 11 class. It's an 11 classroom school. It's not a 12 classroom school. And there should be 2 general purpose rooms. Sorry, you're now on mute.
Sorry, we'll come on to how the school's used, but at the moment, the school does have 13 classrooms.
2 of which should be general purpose rooms.
Well, we'll come on to that, but if you're standing back and just trying to calculate the generic capacity of the school, it does have 13 classrooms and it's got general purpose areas between those classrooms.
No, those cannot be used for, if you think about a general purpose room is used, for example, for support for learning, for speech and language therapists coming in and working with individual children. These are what general purpose rooms are for. These cannot be used, that cannot happen in a communal open plan area as we saw within the school. You cannot have a specialist teacher come in working with children in a communal area. That's why it needs 2 general purpose rooms.
So these calculations are based on that 11 classroom school, and that's how you're getting your capacity of 320.
Yes.
So what regard have you had to the calculating capacity guidance from the Scottish Government? So putting to side how the schools run, because I suppose that's not in the gift of the appellant, what regards the council had to the Scottish Government guidance to figure out what capacity that school could have?
Can I step in there
Yeah.
for a second? So for that, I've used the same document that Mr. Marshall referred to. The council has used that previously for calculating the planning capacity. So we followed that, and it's saying to go through looking at the areas within each room, and then you can figure out the maximum number of pupils that can go into that room. So that's all been done, and each of the areas can cope with the numbers that are required. And then once you've been through that, you can then apply a logical approach to it of how the school would be run, and that's what the process asks you to do. It then goes into examples of how you could apply a logical approach to how the school could be run. And there's an example, I think it is a 13 school classroom that's in the example in the process that they go through. And it says that you need to have the 2 classrooms as the GP areas. So it means that you'd be running with a school with this number of class bases. Then 7 of them would be class bases for P1 to P7, and then you'd have a further 4 class bases used as composite classes, and then you'd have the 2 GP rooms. And when you add all that up, it comes up to the 317. So that's where the 320 number has came from. but it does say within the guidance that there are instances where you might reduce the area from 1.7 metres squared to 1.5 metres squared for a year to try and increase capacity for the school to cope with just on a one-off year or challenges for that year, or tweak it a wee bit to cope with one-off challenges like that. And like Mr. Boyle said, due to the issues with COVID and trying to the spacing and increase capacity for bubbles for the pupils, that's where this year it's been run as a 12 classroom setup as a one-off for that. So that's where that approach has been followed that Mr. Marshall had referred to. So that's everything's backed up for that.
Comment?
Sorry, I missed that there. For the appellant.
Yeah, I was asking if you wanted to comment on that, the capacity points there.
Yes, please. We did have some comments on the discussion around the rules, but maybe just come back to that so we don't lose the train of thought on the capacity. I'd like to refer you to the Determining Primary School Capacity document from Scottish Government, which is CD 8.1. And it's page 2 of the document and page 4 of the PDF.
Yeah.
Under 1.3, benefits of a consistent approach. This is explaining the purpose of the document. It says a clearer, transparent basis for school capacity calculations to be used in school consultations, which could improve confidence in the data used and reduce argument on the subject. It goes on to say fairer and quicker negotiations across the country in obtaining developer contributions for school extensions or new schools as a result of local housing developments. A consistent approach would help developers understand implications of development proposals. I then refer you to page 9 of the document, which is page 11 of the PDF.
Yeah.
And this is setting out what can be included as general purpose areas. So the first bullet point sets out areas that can't be used as GP areas. And then under that, examples of GP areas, which includes breakout areas. Above those bullet points, the explanatory text states, a GP area is an activity space which is set aside to be used for educational purposes other than class-based teaching. GP areas can be class spaces or open spaces within a school, such as breakout spaces next to a class space. Any breakout space being used as a GP area should be of sufficient size to accommodate the required number of pupils undertaking the necessary activity, e.g. half a class size or a full class size. Then I'll now refer you to Appendix 2 of the appellant's hearing rebuttal, which is the report from Holmes Miller Architects on the expansion of Craigbank Primary School. And I won't get into the proposals, it's just purely on the capacity point. The plan I'm going to refer you to is the existing floor plan 00, which I believe is page 4 of that document.
Yep.
On this level, you can clearly see there are 2 gathering areas or activity areas as they're annotated on the existing plan provided from the council. One of these spaces is 108 square metres and the other is 71 square metres. And as you can see from looking at the areas of the classrooms, both spaces are significantly bigger than any of the classrooms within the school, even allowing for an element of circulation space to be retained within these areas. They're more than sufficient size to accommodate a full class. And then if we look at the next page, which is the other existing plan of the school, there's similarly another gathering area, which is 110 square metres.
Yeah.
So based on Scottish Government guidance, there are 3 breakout areas which fall under the definition of a GP area. The council have confirmed there's also 1 enclosed GP area within the school. Not all GP areas have to be enclosed. It's appreciated that if there were activities such as music, these would be provided in enclosed spaces, which we imagine is the case at the moment through that 1 enclosed space. However, there's no requirement for all spaces to be enclosed. And that's on the basis of Scottish Government guidance, which, as we've already stated, the purpose of this, one of the purposes of this guidance is to allow consistency in the process in determining developer obligations.
Okay, I think you said you wanted to comment on the role, but can we just park the role point just for a moment, because I'd like the council to respond to the comments you made on capacity.
The spaces cannot be used. The music has been taught in a cloakroom at the moment. That's the reality of what's happening in the school. Never mind what we see in paper, what we saw when we visited the school, we all had an opportunity that these could not be used for working with children with additional support needs, because that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to work with support for learning, or in music tuition. Music tuition, the deputy head teacher pointed out that the music tuition is being taught in a cloakroom because they don't have sufficient space.
But I thought the classroom 8 is like a learning support room.
Yes, that's right. It is that
Which
for
is a closed room, and I thought there was another room just at when you come through the entrance. That was where things like music and things were taught. It's on the plan. It's classed as a meeting low stimulus room.
It is a very small meeting room, and that's
But I think that's where she said bagpipes come in and that kind of things go in there.
Yeah, which means you can have one instrument taught at a time. In the school, if you say that's the only room.
What about the question why the doors were taken off the classrooms?
That was to facilitate cross-curricular learning. Yeah, I'm not an educationist, but I believe that was to facilitate cross-curricular learning.
Because of that, then these areas would be enclosed, I guess, if the doors were still in the classrooms.
Ma'am, in terms of the floor plan, the area between the 4 classrooms, adjacent classrooms that are immediately opposite each other, the so-called activities area. One of the reasons for opening up these spaces and indeed removing some of the other walling in the school was to increase the amount of ventilation, increase the amount of light that's coming through the school, given its quite shallow profile. And if you had a class sitting in that activities area between the 4 classrooms, then you're quite simply blocking circulation space. You're blocking circulation down to your staircase. You're blocking access to the water supply at that particular location. If you put a class up towards the other part of the shift, if you go north, I guess it's north, isn't it, on the plan, then again you have a slightly squarer open space that's available. And again, that has a good lighting coming into that square, but that also includes a corridor space. And it's then opposite the room that is used for learning support. So the difficulty you have then is you cannot put a music class for all of a primary 3 class in that space and say, let's do music. That's not going to work. We have to roll the piano there. We have to have the kids. So that space that is there for activities, one of the activities they do is their library, use it as a library space. And indeed, it was a library previously. But that's really only minimal breakout space. I don't think it's large enough to be considered as a full GP space, simply because of the access for through corridor provision, and then down to for the fire escape purposes as well. So remember that ground floor at that part of the school is actually above the ground. So the staircases then and the access for fire is out through those corridors. So you can't have full class sitting in those spaces. That wouldn't comply with health and safety, never mind anything else. Can those spaces be used for small incidental purposes and breakout? Yes, they can, but it's not a full GP space.
And I guess if I'm thinking back to the test in Circular 3, 2012, some of these issues seem to be existing issues. It's just how the school functions, it's what's in the school at the moment. For whatever reason, the council's made their decision on, and that's, I can get the point about lighting, I can get the access routes, I can understand about cross-curricular education, I can see all the benefits of that. But taking a very simplistic approach, if a developer is having to address the impacts of its development, should it be also trying to accommodate any shortcomings currently in the school layout and operation? Or is it really just that it should be on a fair starting point, looking what is the capacity of the school based on that guidance, and take it from that point? Because actually how you run the school, it's not my gift, it's not in the appellant's gift, it's up to you and the teacher, I guess the head teacher, how you run the school. I guess it'll depend on capacity elsewhere, number of kids coming in. I should say COVID changed how you operate and run schools, but none of that really is it the appellant's gift. So is it fairer as a starting point to look at the school as is on a plan, assess the capacity from that point, and then look at the impact on that, rather than take it from the point of this is how the school operates, therefore the capacity is X, and therefore this is the impact that's got mitigated? I'm just trying to figure out what is a fairer basis or a reasonable basis given the tests in Circular 3, 2012. I'm not sure that's what Mr. Baxter to answer rather than education. It's just, we know, we saw the school, we went to the school, we saw how it operates. The deputy teacher spoke about, the issues she has, difficulty she has in the school, and that's fair enough.
I think our view Yes, I think our view from the Planning Authority perspective would be that, taking account of the circular, we expect the developer to writing the impacts of their development on the school estate. Now, clearly, that in terms of trying to accommodate this development into Craigbank Primary School has knock-on effects on how the school is run and how the existing pupils and staff manage the school. So I think in terms of trying to accommodate this scale of development into this school, it's difficult, I guess, in some ways, and I can understand why you're asking to separate just the requirements of this development in terms of accommodating pupils with how the overall school is managed and run in the most efficient way. So I think it's quite hard, I think, to disassociate the two, because we're not talking about, in this context anyway, just what what physically is required. It's how that actually is then managed as part of the wider school. And just to add to that, if the council is incurring additional costs in how it manages a school, or it can't achieve the normal or sort of standards or high standards that it wants to continue for all the pupils, then clearly I think that's fair that the council's education service flags these things. If the you know, the sort of the kind of squeeze on the capacity of school is then resulting in you know, affecting the educational experience for all pupils, I think that's quite fair and right that they flag these issues.
Ma'am, you're on mute.
I think it is difficult, and I think it's right to split the chair in what we're trying to achieve if you look at mitigating an impact. But should there not be any betterment? And is that what we're getting to here? We're trying to sort the problems by not only mitigating the impact potentially, but having betterment in there.
Ma'am, I think there's no betterment.
I think there's no betterment. And so
Is Mr. Baxter going to come back in? I don't know if we lost Mr.
Baxter.
No, we're still here. I don't think in terms of applying the test to the circular, the council can hire the
Oh dear, it was going too well.
Exactly.
thieves. The council clearly
Mr.
should
Baxter,
try
we
and
lost
achieve betterment
you.
for all
Do you
people
want to
at
start
all
again?
times.
Lost you. Do you want to start again?
Yeah, is that any better? You hearing me now? Yeah, I was just going to say I don't think we can point to the circular and say the council should be requiring the developer to pay for betterment. You know, for you know, in terms of the existing sort of pupil experience, or in terms of the school aid, but clearly in accommodate this new development, there shouldn't be any reduction in that experience, and I think that's a risk. And that so I think, I guess, to answer your question very simply, we can't through Circular 3/2012 ask for betterment, but we certainly got to ensure there's no reduction in that educational experience for all the pupils.
Okay, so no betterment, but no detriment, I think is what you're saying.
Yeah, I would say that summarises it quite nicely. Thanks.
Right, I'm conscious of time, but I'll ask Mr. Marshall if he's got any comments just on this point around capacity, and we'll come back to the role after lunch.
I think just these matters will largely be covered off when we get to discussing the proposal, and I think although the developer doesn't need to provide the betterment, but that will be a consequential impact of mitigating its own impact. But I think we can reserve that discussion for when we get on to the proposed expansion. I think we just disagree that the spaces couldn't be used as GP areas. They're sufficient in size to accommodate the circulation as well as use for breakout, bearing in mind that the pupils using these breakout spaces are likely to be one of the classes from immediately adjacent, and these matters can also be timetabled at a suitable time.
Given that was fairly brief, do you want to cover the rule points just now while we're on it before we break, just while they're in your mind?
Yes, I'd be happy to. It was really just to summarise our position and where I think we are different in the approaches presented by ourselves and Mr. McKinlay. And I think that can be easily summarised into 3 points. It's the build rate assumptions. And as we've discussed, the appellant considers our assumptions are reasonable. The council appear to consider these are reasonable. Mr. Ball confirmed that if the rate of development was lower, you would expect less pupils coming into a school. The second point of difference is the PPR that's applied, the difference between 0.37 and 0.27, which I think we've already covered in significant detail throughout the hearing. The third and final point, which is probably the biggest point, is the application of the people product ratio. And I'll just refer you to it's paragraph 3.27 of the appellant's hearing statement rebuttal.
Okay. Sorry, 3.27.
Yes, there's a table there.
Got the table, yeah, thank you.
This is purely, while there doesn't seem to be much difference in some of the assumptions that are adopted around stage migration, etc. This table serves to, provide a clear position and the difference between the adopted approaches. If you look at Mr. Kinley's table 8, the starting roll is 272 pupils. If you look at the projected roll in 2031, the roll is 362 pupils.
Okay, just hang on a minute.
Yep.
Starting rolls 272. And which figure are you taking after that?
And then the figure at 2031, which is the final year of the projection, is 632.
Yep, got that.
This increase in the school roll is equivalent to the number of homes in Mr. McKinney's table, which is 970, multiplied by the pupil product ratio applied by Mr. McKinney of 0.37. The projected roll simply assumes that all pupils from the housing are in the school at one time. And that's the fundamental difference between the appellant's methodology and that presented by Mr. McKinney.
Okay. And your position would be that the total number of people are going to migrate during the 14-year and beyond build-out period of the development. Mr. McKay, do you want to respond to that?
Briefly, ma'am, I would state that the model does not keep pupils in the school forevermore. That is just not correct. I think the differences we are seeing is certainly there's differences in build rate, but using a 50 build rate is certainly less than what the appellant themselves have suggested in terms of their relationship to the housing audit. The other point then is also the PPR and the difference in those particular numbers. And clearly the 0.37 compared to 0.27 is very different. And then how we deal with that over time is also very, very important. And I think the issue relates also to the future P1s that are feeding through to the system. And if you're doing something that's going to reduce that ratio down to some sort of notional figure for like Mananchar, which is 0.15, well, then clearly that's going to introduce a very significant difference in the forecast. And it comes back to my point that the rate of reduction being applied to the new housing is quite simply too much. It's too soon. Even if it is built at 30 per annum, it's not. Ma'am, you're on mute.
How would you explain table 3.27, which seems really simple to me, quite easy to understand? So how would you explain what it shows and what I should take from it? You got the appellants, the bottle there. Oh, you're on mute now.
Is that the table at paragraph 311?
No, 3.27 of the bottle statement. On page 13 of the PDF, if you got that.
Sorry, oh, is it the table at 3.27?
Yes.
Yep. Well, the first thing, Mum, is there's no allowance for the fact that the numbers coming forward from the new housing development are reduced at P1 to take account of ageing. So, you know, I'm not sure that this table is actually correct in showing what the council is actually doing.
I think this table is meant to be really simple, and not meant to get much into the modelling. I don't think, unless I'm misunderstanding it.
Well,
but I think
that's not what I've done, ma'am. It's not as simple
right.
as that.
I suppose so. Looking at this in really simple terms, it's using number of completions that you've assumed, your pupil product ratio, and then a very simplistic way, I accept that, timesing one with the other, you get 359, which I understand it's not as simple as that, but for the purposes of just going through this, let's just take that. And then they've used your figures, I think, from table 8, the starting point at 2021 and the end point at 2031. And the difference between those two, a straight calculation, is 360, which is more or less the number of units we built times the pupil product ratio. I think that's the point. That does that then mean that you assume that all the pupils are going to hit the school at the same time, and therefore there's a greater impact than if these pupils have been migrated through the school during the construction phases of development?
Yeah, we have the migration through the school taking place, and that's according to the migration that's actually historically taken place, and that's demonstrated in some of the tables that we've looked at earlier.
I know you've demonstrated that, actually gone through that, and I can see that from your tables, but is it just a coincidence, and maybe it is, that your projection between the two numbers comes out at the same amount of pupils that you get if you just times the number of units by the pupil product ratio? Is that just a coincidence? It doesn't mean anything.
It is a coincidence. It's down to the time period being truncated to show the full effect, and we've also got a very low negative migration rate at the school. So therefore, that it appears that full 0.37 is turning up as being the 360, but that's because of the fact that the current migration rate at the school is very flat. We can't get away from that. If it was more negative, then we would see that 359 or 360 being reduced. If the migration rate at the school was to increase, then I would suspect that figure of 359 or 360 would be higher. If the timeline was extended, so you're putting over 14 years, then the assuming that the migration rate is still the same, it's still slightly negative, you would see that 359 or 360 would decrease.
Being really simple, and maybe I'm just being too simple, by using a people product ratio of 0.37, you times the number of units. And you're saying that you think that from this development there'd be 370 pupils generated. Is that, in simple terms, the people product ratio? You're on mute. Sorry.
If you were to have again, as I say, that the timeline is short, it's 10 years.
I'm not looking at the timeline or anything at this point. I'm just simply trying to get into my head that the reason you have the people product ratio is to understand how many pupils are generated from a certain number of houses. So in this case, you've got 1,000 houses. Using your people product ratio, that gets you out to 370 houses.
If you're to build all the houses instantly, then that's what would take place.
Absolutely. So yeah, if they all miraculously appear on day one, you're expecting or predicting it would generate 370 pupils. Yeah.
The circumstance at the school is that there isn't a fall off in a migration. That's simply not there.
Yeah, I'm not
I mean, they have a 10-year period.
At this point, I'm just assuming, so like that's what the people product ratio is telling me, is that this development will generate 370 pupils if on day one all the houses were there. So I guess the difficulty I might have looking at this table and your table 8 is that on your 10-year period in table 8, you've already got 360 pupils in the school system. But that's assuming everything's, so that assumes that everything's built and everything's come through the system. So at that point, numbers are going to go down.
The numbers would fall off at primary 1 and feed through the school. There'd be no more children from the new housing feeding in across the stages, or apart from people moving in during the session to existing housing. But the main fall off would take place at primary 1.
At that point onwards, it would decrease because all the pupils have come through the system.
Again, we go back to the table 8 and table 10A, which showed the build-up of primary 1 pupils beyond the closing year.
Well, I guess if we can stay at table 8, because this is what this table refers to, I'm just trying to understand what I need to take from this, because simplistically, 1,000 houses times the people product ratio is 370 pupils. Based on this table, it looks as though they all come through within the 10 years, assuming we're building from 2021 by 2031. So will decrease after that. There's no more pupils to come through because you've got your 370 pupils in here.
That's correct, ma'am, yes. Apart from that build-up, I mentioned that P1 that is out with forecast time frame.
So if you're assuming 370 pupils over and you've got a 7-year school period and you're allowing for 10 years, surely at the point in 2031 there shouldn't be an additional 360, 370 pupils, because some should have already dropped off the system in that 7-year period, if you see what I mean.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, what to say very well. So why is the difference in the role between 2031 and 2021 not less than the number of pupils you'd have if you times the number of units by the PPR?
It's because the housing is still too young, as sort of alluded to before. So the new housing will still be producing.
But I thought you said that after 2031 it wouldn't produce because we've reached our 370 pupils.
Yeah, after 2031, I've already indicated that there's still some growth to take place through P1, and that's what we discussed earlier in table 8A.
I know, but this table.
And then after that, the primary ones would start to reduce.
So the appellant's table shows that on your table, by the time you get to 2031, you've already had the number of people through the school that you're predicting by using your PPR. So I suppose how can there be more? Should they not be falling away now because they've
Good.
come through?
Could I step in, please?
Yeah.
I think I understand the point that's getting maybe confused between you. So the 0.37, regardless if it's the 0.37 or the 0.27, that's going to give you your peak. It's not the total. So if you think about it in terms of maths, then it's the, you know how we're talking about the curve. So you've got the number of pupils, the curve for that, where it's lower and it gradually goes up to the peak and comes along and it will gradually come back down, and it will settle about what the established PPR is for CLACs. And I think Mr. Marshall said from his calculations it was working out as 0.15 when they divided the total number of pupils by the total number of houses in CLACs. So that's where that 0.27 or 0.37 is the peak. It's not the total number of pupils that are coming out of the new housing. So if you're looking at that curve, it's the area under the curve that is the total number of pupils that would be coming out of the housing. So I think that's where the confusion is coming from.
So the 370 is not the total numbers coming out of the development.
No.
I thought that was the
So see what we were saying about the PPR changing over time. So the PPR.
No, I guess that I understand that from historic housing, and I get that how historic housing, the housing land supply, that figure might change. But I thought that in the context of this development, a brand new development, that this was to establish how many children would come out of that development and therefore impact the school system. If you're saying this is now a peak, that's a completely different perspective. That can mean, well, I don't know what that would mean. Have I misunderstood this? Is this the appellant's perspective? Have I totally got this wrong?
Our understanding is the same as yours, ma'am, and our understanding, we thought the council's position was this until 5 minutes ago.
So I thought it was too. A slight curveball, I have to say, because I assumed this was to understand the impact, you had to understand the number of pupils generated and therefore how you mitigate their impact on the school system. Now, if this is now a peak number, I actually don't know where that leaves the evidence, to be honest.
Oh, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. So that peak number is sizing. It's the same as what's shown in Mr. Marshall's calculations, and what Mr. McKinney's shown, where the housing development is still going to be producing pupils after that as well. So that's what I'm saying. It's not as if it gets to that year and then there's no more kids coming from that housing development. Does that make sense?
I get that, because Mr. Marshall explained that once it becomes part of the housing land supply, you apply the CLACs figure to that housing.
Yeah.
But that's not then housing attributed to the new development. That's just life.
Yeah.
That's just kids being born. That's not new pupils. So you can't then, that's kind of double counting in my view. You can't then keep counting all these kids as new pupils from that development. At some point they become part of just the baseline in Clackmannanshire.
No, that's not what's been done. They've not been added up.
Okay, can I ask council to go away and just maybe discuss this and come back and just clarify what your position is? Because where we're going from this is not my understanding what the evidence is, and I think if that's what your position is, we need to have a think about that, because that doesn't think change things. But that wasn't my understanding of your evidence either, based on what I've got before me, nor Mr. McKinney's evidence. So it is 1:20, so let's break for lunch. And if you can come back and clarify with reference to the appellant's table 3.27, the point being that having taken the figures from table 8, it looks like you've allowed for all the pupils to be through the school system from 2021 to 2031 and still be in the school system at 2031. I think that's the point that the appellant's making in this table, and the fact that you're not allowing for that migration of pupils to move out, because at 2031 they're all in the school, but you've assumed they're coming into school from 2021. And therefore the 7-year progression through primary school, they shouldn't also be there. So I think that's the point that appellant's making. with that table? Yeah, there's nods. So if the council can maybe go in and just discuss that and what I should take from table 3.27, sorry, and clarify how you're using this people product ratio, because what you're saying now is very different to what I understood it to be. Okay, so it's just after 1, so can we reconvene at 2, and we'll just pick up from that point. Just, yeah, stop your videos and mute. Afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon, ma'am.
I think we're waiting for Mr. McGinley to come in.
Afternoon. Afternoon.
Ma'am, can I just respond on behalf of the authority to the point that we were discussing just before lunch? And I think I apologise. I think there was a lot of confusion. I'll put it down to a long morning session. So your explanation was absolutely correct. If we apply the 0.37 or the 0.27, then we get this factor of 270 or 370 pupils. Full stop. Okay? Does that help?
Yes, that takes me so far, and I'm glad that is everyone's understanding. But having kind of got that common point now of what that means, I guess maybe it's for Mr. McKinney to explain what I should take from that table at 3.27 of the appellant's rebuttal statement, which seems to suggest that he's got all the pupils in. So it happened to be 360, say, so it's the higher number in that one period of time, but he's still saying it's going to peak later on. But how can it peak later on if all those pupils have been accounted for between 2021 and 2031? So I don't know if Mr. Boyle might be you, might Mr. McKinney, I don't mind who clarifies it. It's just in the context of that table.
Let Mr. McKinney, and then I might come back, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
In terms of the 370, we have the circumstance where the housing will be completed in that scenario within the 10 years. We then have, at its simplest, the housing builds up over the time, gradually. However we want it to build up, but it builds up, we're assuming over 10 years. Then the ratio that is applied and is applied throughout that process is a 0.37. Pupils will enter the primary school, they'll leave the primary school and progress into secondary school. So pupils that are in that 370 are effectively, some of them will be different pupils. There'll be pupils from households that have changed. So we don't all move in and stay. And then thereafter, in terms of that total product ratio that's sort of hit at that point in time, then that's going to fall away as previously discussed.
But your table 8, I thought, was just showing the impact of the development, not anything else. Is that right?
Showing the impact of the development on Creekbank Primary School.
I suppose the point I'm trying to get to is, does this then overstate the impact? Because simply from the table 3.27, taking the roll in 2021 from the roll in 2031, you get, I think it's 360 pupils difference between the two numbers. If this is meant to demonstrate the impact of the development, that is basically all the pupils almost accounted for from this whole development during those 10 years, and none of them have come out of the system. You see what I mean? In the 10 years, so surely some of them should have fallen away because they've gone through the 7 years of primary school. And I think we're saying the impact would continue for a few years, which means it would be over the 370 pupils from this one development.
The ratio is applied as the housing builds up, and the pupils then are coming out on that average ratio that is used. So it's not a specific tailored ratio to the build-up of the housing. At the end of that 10 years, if it completes within 10 years, and the ratio is 0.37, it would be a 370 pupils before that's adjusted for migration and any other factor that might be applied to that. We mentioned the role continuing, and that simply the impact of the P1 numbers, which will tend to peak after the housing completes. And thereafter, the P1 numbers will reduce, and the total roll will also be reducing at that point in time.
All of that I understand. The bit I don't understand is the simple maths of it. Not the migration, I can understand all of that, but the simple maths of it, if from a pure impact perspective, you're saying by using the people product ratio times number of units, we're going to get 370 pupils from this development. That's the impact that the developer needs to mitigate. And what the developer is showing is that if you, albeit you've got a different product ratio, but by applying a product ratio over the lifetime of development, they're showing the impact of that on the school. And their mitigation proposal is you can add an extension onto the school. So what you've got in your table 8 is that you're doing, again, you're showing how the pupils come through the school. But just in those 10 years, we've already got 360 pupils. How can that still continue to increase if there's only 370 pupils coming from the development?
In terms,
have you overstated the impact? I guess I'm trying to understand if this is overstated.
No, ma'am.
If this impact is overstated, and people should be dropping out of the system, and therefore the peak number you've got here is inflated.
No, ma'am. In terms of we think of how Ben was describing it, when the development starts, there's obviously no primary children involved. Then as housing progresses, you'll get to a point where it's effectively all built out over say this 10-year time frame, and there's 370 children would be set against the ratio at that point in time. And then as the development starts to age, the 370 just doesn't disappear. They don't sort of go into smoke. They don't go into all sort of move into secondary school. There's still going to be primary children coming out of this development when it finishes. And therefore the role and the numbers coming forward have to reduce from the peak numbers down to a more long-term number. And that long-term number is going to be the average of what happens in Clackmannanshire or what happens in Socky. It's going to be something like that. So we're not talking of the same children being in school at the same time. It's different sets of pupils coming in, which is where the average ratio comes in.
I get that, and I get there'll be different pupils coming through, but the impact the developers being asked to mitigate is 270, 370 pupils from its development, on the basis that I totally accept that there will continue to be pupils coming from the development, but that's because they're part of the baseline housing land supply, not as an impact of the development. So it's that initial impact that, in terms of Circular 3 2012, the developer should be mitigating. Based on that, it's important to understand what that means from a peak perspective in real terms to know what the mitigation should be and whether it's reasonable, weights of development, and it's reasonable in scale and kind. So I need to understand what that peak looks like. Now, your evidence is that you need a new school because it's peaking 636, which is the same as a single stream school. The appellant's evidence is that as you spread it out over the period, yes, you need an extension, but you don't get the point where you need a new school. And what I'm trying to get to the bottom of is if your evidence in this table 8 is overstating the position, because already by 2031, you've accounted for basically all of the children that should be coming out of this development because it's a new development. Yet you're still saying that it's going to increase, I think, in the evidence to 2035, and then it'll decrease. But how can that be if there's only 370 pupils from that development that need to be mitigated against? Like, are we double counting? Are we asking the developer to mitigate for those children that are then forming part of the baseline housing land supply? I just can't get to the bottom of that, because you look at table 3.7, which is simple math, and it's not about projections, it's not about anything else, it's the simple math that your calculations here seem to come out to the same number of pupils if you take the pupil product ratio times the number of units. And that's what I'm trying to get to, if this is overstated, because you can't continually then add pupils on if that's going to exceed what you think the pupil product's going to be by times the units by the pupil product ratio.
Ma'am, the total number of children coming from the housing development isn't going to be 370 over its lifetime.
I know it won't be over its lifetime, I get that, but the impact that the developer is being asked to mitigate must be the 370. So that's why we're discussing the pupil product ratio. Yep. And why that's important, because that is the impact that you're asking the developer to mitigate.
Yep.
And to understand how you mitigate that, you have to understand how they hit the school system, so to speak. So how are they going to filter through that school system?
Yep.
I've got appellant's evidence on that. Obviously, they've got a different PPR, and I've got your table 8, which seems to show that all of those kids, all of them, are still in the primary school at 2031. And all I'm asking is, how can that be? And two, if they're all in the system by 2031, surely there's no impact after that. They're going to trickle through the system. But that must be your peak.
The maximum number that we're thinking is going to come from this development accords with the pupil product ratio. So, as you said, when the 1,000 houses is built, that's times the pupil product ratio, and that's the multiplier that would exist at that point in time. And thereafter, the role will decrease, as you've said. In terms of the pattern of numbers, if the pupil numbers in the 3 primary ones are continuing to increase just because of the lag in that effect, then that was going to impact on the total roll. But the impact that's modelled is the 370, and that's likely to be the maximum impact that's going to arise from the development in primary school. So if the ratio is like some of those ones we've had earlier, the 0.6 it'll be higher, clearly.
When we go to your table, I just want a simple answer, really. I'm not really bothered about. I understand the modelling, I understand all those things. It's a simple mathematical point. If we go to your table 8, and Tuesday at 2031, we've got 632 pupils in the school.
Mom, it's not the same children. It won't be the same children.
We're not going to get into whose children and what children they are. Going back to 2021, we've got 272 children in the school. And if table 8 is modelling the impact of this development on the school, simple maths of taking the 272 from the 632 gives you 360. Simple maths.
As we've said, the expected number from the development is 370. So I don't see what the issue is. The state of migration at the school is very flat. That's why if you take 1,000 and multiply it by 0.37 or put it through the forecast model, that's why it ends up at 370 or the 360 figure. But the maximum is that maximum, and that's the figure that the council need to consider. It's the impact of that.
Can they all be in school
but they're not all in school at the same time.
But they must be by 2031.
The-
Otherwise, why is that figure the same as the PPR times the number of units? That seems to suggest they're all in school at that one point. And that can't be right, surely, if you've got the migration through the school and you assume so many pupils from day one.
It's the how can I?
So does that take account of pupils that are coming from development but are part of now the baseline housing land supply? Therefore, that figure includes pupils that shouldn't be included.
It includes, well, we need to consider that point. That's a separate point. The projection is picking up pupils from the housing development during the school session. And that's factored in on a year-by-year basis through the forecast model, and that's a matrix. We can see the matrix in some of the tables. So it's factored through year by year across the various stages. Then separately, you have the existing housing as it becomes either new housing as it becomes established housing that continues to produce pupils.
So
Doesn't stop, continue. And then
you've taken both those streams in these figures then. So in this stream, you've taken account of the pupils generated with the pupil product ratio, because it's a new development, and you've taken account of the pupils that are coming from that housing development because it's part of the existing housing land supply.
That's correct.
So therefore, that is more than simply the impact of the new development.
It's the impact of the new development, ma'am. It's nothing more than that. If we take either those feeds out, we're factoring in less than the impact of the development, and the council will have to pick up the shortfall.
Okay, well, I think I understand what you're saying you've done. And I guess from your perspective, you say that's the correct approach to take, and it's not double counting, but it's establishing the impact of the development.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, I'll ask the appellant if they want to respond.
I don't think we have too much to add. I think to explain the difference in more detail is if we are looking at the PPR and measuring impacts of houses, the appellant is applying that PPR to measure the impact of that house, which is a pupil entering the system, making its way through, and then we assume an assumption for the established housing land supply uptake. Our interpretation is that Mr. McKinney is applying that pupil product ratio, which is the impact of the housing, but applying that continually throughout the projection.
But you finished, Mr. Marshall, you were on mute there, that's okay. Mr. McKinney, do you want to just comment on that? Is that what you've done? You applied the PPR of 0.37 continually over the piece?
The PPR is applied from 2021 through to 2031 through the forecast. That impacts, as you say, the children moving in during the session from the new housing, and also then impacts on the pupils coming from the new housing as they hit primary one. And the pupils going through the school during the school session, they are migrated, and that's a compound function. And likewise, when the pupils are coming through primary one, there's also a compound function that's applied to that.
Can I just ask in relation to table 8A, just looking at your the build out rate? So in 2022, you'd apply the PPR to 30 houses. And then in 2024, you'd apply the PPR, sorry, 2023, you'd apply the PPR to 60 houses, which is the 30 that existed in 2022 plus 30 new. Is that correct?
Yes, so the 30 is applied year one, and then you apply another 30 in year two. And clearly the children who were in year one from the new housing, they are subject to migration because they're part of the school.
Are you applying your PPR to the 30, the total number of houses in 2023, or are you applying it to the new 30 houses in 2023?
It's applied to the 30.
The new 30.
Yeah.
In 2024, you'd apply it to the new 30 and not the 90.
Yeah, and then you're picking up you are doing it sequentially. So you're adding your children, as you discussed earlier, during the school session to your starting number, which is your actual roll if it's year one. Then year two, your starting number again is that figure rolled forward from primary one through to primary two. So they're existing pupils.
Right.
You then add in the new housing to that.
So table 8A, so 2022, you've got 30 houses and no primary ones. I'm just trying to get a bigger copy of your table. I'm using it correctly, right? Go. Right, so in 2022, 30 houses are built, but no P1s. 2023, we've now got a total of 60 houses, but we're saying 30 are built, and it's going to generate 2 primary ones. Sorry, you're on mute.
Table 8 is showing the build out as for the primary one numbers. That's what says the P1s, which are in red. So the first year, 30 houses are built, and then we'd expect in that session that starts, school session that starts after that, that 30 houses is going to generate 2 pupils at P1 from that 30 houses. And then I lost myself. So we have the 2 children from that 30 houses. So that there's that sessional delay. During 2022, as those 30 houses build out, pupils would potentially be admitted to the school from those 30 houses. And they would be admitted to the current P1 through to current P7. The current P7 drop off and become S1, and the current P1 become P2. And then by the following year, we have another 30 houses built. So then we're looking at that effect on the P1s. So we now have effectively 60 houses. They're part of the base supply because they've been built out. And that generates 5 pupils. And then that's carried through the P1 calculations. And then in terms of the pupils during the school session, then that's always relates to the number of houses being built in that session. It's not the total number. It's not the cumulative housing that we see in this table. So we're creating a primary one stream, and we're also factoring in the children during the session.
When you say factoring in children during the session, what do you mean by that?
You'll have 30 houses completing during the year, if that's what it is.
So it's the other children. So you're assuming there might be people going into P3 or P6 or
That's
P5.
correct, yes.
Again, I can understand that. I guess the bit I'm just still quite confused about is how you have between 2021 and 2031 the maximum number of pupils that we think are going to generate from the site, yet we still think there'll be an impact after that.
Well, there will be ongoing impact from the new housing. The housing, as we've said, doesn't disappear.
No, but we're looking at the impact that a developer would have to mitigate against.
Well, the developer has to mitigate against the impact of the development, and we think that's likely to be a maximum of 370 pupils, primary pupils, if we're using this particular model. If the ratio is 0.27, it'll be 270. So either way, it's a single stream school we're talking about.
Well, it's
equivalent.
It might not be. I think it depends when those kids are in the system as to what the impact is. It's not that they hit the school at the same time, therefore it's a new school. It depends how they hit the system, and that's why I'm trying to understand if your table 8 overestimates or overstates the position because you're assuming all of those 370 kids are in school and through the system by 2031.
I would suggest first of all it's coincidence because I've chosen the 10 years, but that works out in that manner. But what you have to do with the projection, as discussed earlier, is separate out your primary 1 component and your pupils during the school session. And the driver towards the end of that project over that forecast time period is going to be the numbers that are in the established housing land supply. It's not the number of houses being completed each year. If you want to consider housing completed just by each year, then the councils will be very severely short of capacity. Some of the schools 1,000 metres from me would be tiny compared to their pupil product and number of pupils in them. So we have to factor in what's happening at primary 1, and that primary 1 calculation has to reflect the total number of houses that are built. It has to reflect the total catchment area population, and that then is how you then derive the feed for primary 1s, and separately you have the separate exercise to build in the pupils during the school session.
So you are quite satisfied this doesn't overstate it?
It doesn't overstate it. The only concern I have at the moment is the flat rate, as we've discussed, of that migration, which is just slightly under 1. It's virtually static. So that may reduce down. But again, we should be considering these effects within the Section 75 agreement and how we monitor that. But certainly at the moment, it looks very much like if 1,000 houses were to be built within that timeline, then I certainly would be expecting on a 0.37 ratio, 370 pupils in the school at that when those houses have completed. And that's no different to any other school planning I've ever done.
Could we possibly just ask for one point of clarification, ma'am, just on Mr. McKinney's table 8, and just to use 8A, sorry, just to use the example of year 7, which is 2026. We've got a cumulative figure of 150 there, which is made up from the 60 and the 330s underneath it. What does Mr. McKinney apply the 0.37 to? Which figure does he apply 0.37 to?
In terms of the primary ones, to the was that, sorry, 2026 150? It's to the 150.
Yeah.
For primary 1.
Yes, I think we're just trying to understand what you do. To use that as an example, what do you do once you've got that 150 figure?
If you just really want to do this, so in terms of the P1, that housing then is calculation for 2026, since we're looking at that. If the system will let me. So that figure in 2026 is doing calculations based on the housing total in 2020, housing total in 2021, housing total in 2022, housing total in 2023, housing total in 2024, housing total in 2025. It's adjusting that for whether or not it's the housing audit year or the housing school year. So you have to adjust your housing to reflect that. Otherwise, you might be excluding housing or adding additional housing in. Then for each of those years, there is a formula applied, which I've said before. So it's a power calculation. So in year 2, in that year, we already have, it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 powers that'll be applied to that cumulatively. So you're crushing that down all of the time. And it happens then that because of the fact that migration is flat at the school, you have very little diminution of those numbers coming through. But it's applied to the P1 number, applied to the total housing, and that's the established base. Otherwise, you can't derive, you'll undercount your P1 numbers throughout the forecast.
I'm just
Carry on.
sorry. I'm just struggling to understand a bit. Because if you look at the figure of 150 in year 7, that figure of 150 already takes account of all of the housing completions that took place in 2022, all of the completions that took place in 2023, and those that took place in 2024. All if you follow it through, the 30 goes right the way through, doesn't it?
In terms of the total housing that we have, the 150 units, that's clearly the total that has been built at that point in time. And we therefore need to factor in what the child product from that is going to be. The 30 houses in year 3 have already been built. Those children are already there. They're already in attending the school from that first year that it took place. However, that 30 houses is not going to be fixed in time in terms of a child product that's going to come forward from it. And therefore, the calculation is one that looks to all of the housing that takes place because it's established supply, and therefore then you adjust that because it's aging, it's naturalizing, and that is then what gives the pupil product of 16.
So can I just interject here? So year 3, you've got 30 houses. So you apply the PPR to that 30. And that's quite simple. It's the first lot of 30 houses, they're built. You apply the PPR of 0.37. Is that correct for year 3, Mr. McKinney?
That's correct, ma'am.
Right. Year 4, you've got 30 more houses.
Yep.
So you apply the PPR of 0.37 to the new 30 houses. And then you do this other calculation which I'm not going to pretend that I really understand powering up whatever you do, because the other 30 has already been taken account of, but use a different factor to understand what that existing 30 contributes to the school system.
That's correct, yes.
And so the same in year 5, you'd only apply the PPR to the 30, the new 30, and you do the other calculation to the existing 60.
You're modifying it each year as it increments up. So by the end of the forecast time frame, the 30 will have been reduced down quite substantially in terms of child product. Yeah.
Okay. So to me, it sounds very similar to what Mr. Marshall said that he does, in that you apply the PPR to the new housing. Once it's completed, it becomes part of the established housing land supply, and you then apply the kind of average Clackmannanshire PPR to that going forward as part of the housing land supply.
Yes, ma'am.
So it sounds to me like you're both doing the same thing, albeit, Mr. McKinney, I don't have the background calculation to yours. I mean, Mr. Marshall, in his rebuttal statement, has got that table showing the factor he uses for the established housing land supply. I don't have that for your other numbers. But if you're both doing the same thing, should your impact not come out round about the same?
I'm applying the controlling factor to age of population as being the school stage migration rate. I think the appellant is looking towards a long-term ratio for CLACs. So I might be wrong in that or pick them up wrong.
It's the rate you're applying to that existing bit that's different. I think Mr. Marshall's applying the CLACs generic PPR ratio. And sorry, what are you applying, Mr. McKinney?
I'm applying the school stage migration, which is the change from one year to the next. And that then is based on what it's been for the previous 10 years.
So you're assuming that if for the last 10 years there's been an increase of 3 pupils between P1 and P3, there'll be another 3 pupils added into the system?
I would expect it to be in terms of the example on table 8, I would expect that increase be 3 pupils for primary 1.
So are you double counting?
No.
No.
The pupils going to the established supply that have to be accounted for, and likewise then during
they
the
are
session.
part of the established supply. So to that established supply, you're saying you apply the school stage migration rate?
I apply the school stage migration rate as the factor which I use to compound the calculation. So it's effectively that the power that the formula is raised to. So for each year, you're calculating one for each year, and you apply a power to that in the following year, and that power is based on the stage migration rate. The following year, you're replicating that. The power is raised obviously to a higher power, and then you're taking account of the fresh housing to that. So you're working that through the system constantly. So the emphasis on housing is always the current year, but you're not forgetting the fact that you've built a X number of houses that's contributing to the base supply.
Why wouldn't you treat that just like the established housing land supply in Clackmannanshire?
Ma'am, because it's not going to be like that. Why would it be like that? The established supply is built over several hundreds of years. We're looking at something that's only 3 years old or 1 year old. It's going to be different. It's going to reflect the new housing, and that's sort of what we've looked at already in terms of the tables we looked at this morning.
Mr. Marshall, anything you want to add?
Just, I mean, just to provide our understanding of that table 8.8, just to be clear, is that in year where there's 30 homes, we understand Mr. McKinney is applying the PPR to generate the P1s expected in year 4, which is the same as what we would do in terms of housing land audit year. You would have a completion, the pupils join the school the next year. However, the difference is in year 4, there's 60 homes programmed, and the pupils expected from those 60 homes are calculated, but then the pupils from the previous 30 units completed is added over and above. So in fact, you actually have in year 4, where it says there's 60 completions, you're actually having pupils from the 90 homes. And then the next year, where you have in year 5, where you have 90 homes programmed to be completed, you've actually got pupils from 180 homes. And that's the fundamental difference between the parties as we understand it, that we apply the pupil product ratio from houses completed in that year, and then we assume uptake in the established housing land supply based on the general PPR for Clackmannanshire to take into account the longer term uplift in the P1 intake. However, our interpretation of Mr. McKinney's table is that the completions, the pupils expected from a completion in any 1 year are added to the pupils expected from completions in all the other years previous in the development. And that's why when you get to the development being built out, the number of pupils in the model is equivalent to the number of houses times the PPR.
Mr. McKinney, do you agree with what Mr. Marshall just said? I would summarise that.
This Alex getting into, again, just repeating myself. The model here is quite simply, as you said, it's not simple. It's not a particularly easy calculation, but we are looking at first year of housing. We apply a calculation to that, and that's based on the child product ratio. Then in the second year, we then apply the factor then to that new total, and that's done by, so you've actually got by the end of the time series, the 10 years, you're going to have 10 separate sets of calculations within that one calculation. So you're always going back to your first calculation, you're moving it forward by the 10 years increment, and that works through the forecast. Now, Mr. Marshall might well have a different way of doing it, but I would certainly say that in year 2, assuming that the 30 years that have been built is going to be the same as what has taken place in Clackmannanshire, that's not going to happen. It's not going to age that quickly. It's that simple.
Okay, last question from me, just so I can clarify. I think it's what you said. Year 1, you have the 30 new units, you apply the PPR. Year 2, you've got your 60 units. I think what you're saying is you apply the PPR to the new 30, and then you apply, forget the P1s, and you apply this different factor to the 60 to get the other pupils that are going to be into the school system. Is that correct?
Yes, as I've already said, you're developing that that number of people product each year for the baseline increase, but you have to take account of the fact that the housing that's already built will have less of a impact because it's already built. And we need to remember that the baseline for all new homes is going to be higher than the CAC managed year long-term average. So the only other thing I'd add, ma'am, is if you want to look to some of the tables that I've referred to in the statement, that sets out that approach. And if you wanted to see the actual formula, I'm sure I could put it up on screen, but I'm not really wanting to do that since it's my personal product.
Absolutely, it's not evidence before the inquiry. I'm not going to deal with it on the hoof. But just to be clear, year 4, you apply the PPR to the new additional 30 houses being built at that point. And then you apply this other factor, and I appreciate it changes over time, you apply the other factor to the 60 in total.
Yes.
It's
yes.
very, very simple terms.
Yep. So the calculations applied effectively to year 1, then in year 2, you have the same calculation, but it's done twice. And for the year 1, you're adjusting that because it's aged, and that then progresses through the whole sequence. And what you're establishing is that baseline population, and that is what you need to establish your primary ones. Once the housing then drops out of forecast, it becomes part of the baseline numbers. And what we're doing here is we need to be able to forecast that baseline increase, because otherwise would be ignoring it if we didn't take account of that. And you then just have a steady product, a P1 based on 30 houses, which would be 2 units. And if you then factor in what 30 means for Clackmannanshire, well, then that's clearly going to be a very low figure. It's not going to reflect the drive that's going to come from the new housing.
Okay, I think I understand what you've done with the two factors that you've used.
Ma'am, sorry, can we seek one point of clarification?
Yes, of course.
Our understanding of that table, and based on our previous discussions around programming estimates, was that Mr. McKinney had assumed up to 150 homes per annum. So that bold figure, which is the row is called totals, is the number of homes each year rather than the cumulative number of homes developed in the site. So in year 3, there's 30 homes completed. In year 4, there's 60 homes completed in that year. And you'll see that if the previous discussion around whether year 4 was the 30 plus 30, it can't be because it only goes up to 150 in that row. So what we believe is happening is that in year 4, there's a number of pupils calculated based on the 60 homes completed in that year, but then the pupils from the previous years are also added into that calculation.
So you think that the PPR is applied to the 60 and this other factor is applied to the previous 30?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. McKinney, is that correct?
I'm not going to make any more comment on it, ma'am. I think we've discussed it enough.
Well, actually, no, I'd like this clarified. Because I think maybe it's my misunderstanding, so I'd like you to clarify the point. Is the taking that year 4,
but ma'am,
the PPR applied to the 60 and the other factor then applied to the previous 30 to get that continuation of kids through the school?
I've already set this out, ma'am. In the 2026 example, I have stated that it does refer to housing that took place in year 2020, housing that took place in year 2021, housing that took place in year 2022, and so on. And each of those years is contributing towards the P1 product that's going to come forward at that point in time. What does happen within the formula is that it's each year 1 is incremented, it gets reduced by the stage migration factor. And not only that, it's actually done through a power calculation, so you're squashing that down quite substantially. The same thing then happens in year 3, where in year 3 you've got housing from the previous 2 years taking place. So the 2 years will be subject to year 2 will be subject to a power of 1 effectively, and yes, year 1 would be affected to a power of 2 since it's aged. And that process continues through the forecast.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You take account the previous years with this formula, but just looking at year 7, you'd apply the PPR to the new build element at that point. So the new 150 units at year 7, for example, would have the PPR applied to it.
Yep. So as I've said before, in the final year of the P1 calculation on Table 8A, year 15, you're actually then accounting for the full effect of all of those housing completions across that time frame. And each year then is incremented according to the power calculation that's applied to it. So year 2034, there'll be 3 years in which there's no housing taking place immediately. Then obviously the housing before that. And that's what you need to do to derive a primary one.
Could we just have one final point of clarification, ma'am? And it's not getting into the detail of anything that we've just discussed, but are we correct that this is the way that Mr. McKinney calculates education impact, but is not the way that Clackmannanshire Council has ever calculated education impact to date?
I think that's a fair question. I'm not sure if that's from Mr. Boyle.
Mr. McKinney is acting on our behalf in this appeal, in this planning application. And I think that we're dealing with this planning application.
I think to be fair though, it's a fair question on the basis that in the committee report that went to committee refusing or recommended refusal of application, it was based on a PPR of 0.27 thousand units, which was 270 pupils, full stop. So that was the basis. I think the Education Authority looked at the impact of the development on the education estate. So I think Mr. McLeod's question is a fair one. I know Mr. McKinney's here today on your behalf, but it's a fair question. I think that should be answered. I suppose, does the Education Authority take a more simplistic approach of just using the PPR and timesing that by the number of units on a development to understand the impact and the number of pupils from that development? Is that traditionally what Clackmannanshire Council?
Yes, that's what Mr. McKinney is saying. Because
I don't think he is saying that, to be fair. I don't want to rehearse what Mr. McKinney is saying.
Absolutely.
I think he's getting exasperated.
We're in agreement with that. That's where and we're in agreement with. I say that was stated in the refusal, the committee report, that was refusal, that the impact, irrespective of the 0.37, the 0.27 argument, it said 270 pupils. So 270 on top of the existing role.
Yes, and I want to go over what Mr. McKinney just said. I think Mr. McKinney is doing that PPR calculation, whether it's 0.27 or 0.37. So there's a residual factor of kids that are coming out of development too that he's taking account of, because you've got to factor in that kind of migration into the school too. So I don't think it's as simple as what's in the committee report, in that it's the PPR times the number of units. But I think that's traditionally, as McLeod's point, is that traditionally how the council has assessed the impact of just taking the PPR, the number of units, and that gives you the number of pupils or the pupil impact. I think that's the point Mr. McLeod's come from.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod, did you want to follow up on that? No. Okay. Let's move on. To question 15. Now, again, this is a discussion on the expansion of the primary school. And I suppose as a starting point, can I just get clarification from the appellant as to whether you've moved completely from your original proposal? Obviously, we've got all the evidence on that, and thinking behind it, thought process, but really what you're promoting now to mitigate your impact would be the new proposal, updated proposal, which was updated following the site inspection to the school. Is that the one we should really focus on as being what in your view, your reasonable contribution would be if the application was granted?
I'm going to hand over. You're going to get to see the other side of the table for the next section, I think. So I'm going to hand over to Mr. Salter, and he can explain where we're at on that point.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I think it would be right to focus on the updated feasibility study, which is Appendix 2 to the appellant's commentary on the council's hearing statement. I thought it might be useful just to run through the first two bullet points, and I'll take the lead on that. Mr. Heap might have some comments, and then I think what we'll do, since we are focusing on the updated proposal, perhaps we can, because that consolidates the original proposal, and we just focus on Appendix 2.
Yes, I'm more than happy with that. I just wanted to clarify that it really was updated one that was kind of on the table, so to speak, because things have evolved, there's been new evidence. So I'm happy for you to focus on that and on the updated report that's attached to your rebuttal statement.
Thank you, ma'am. Just in terms of the building and the site visit, and there are 13 classes. I don't think there's any debate on that. There are 12 classes in this year's being used for teaching. We've got one classroom, which is a special learning resource. There are 3 large breakout gathering areas around the 3 classroom clusters, and we had a discussion about that before lunch. We thought they would count as general purpose areas. Clearly, the council has a different view on that. During a visit, we visited the hall, which is functioning as a dining room and a gym hall, and the council confirmed that it was unable to provide for each class at the school. It's 2 hours of PE per week. So that's a deficiency in the council's provision. The building is on 3 levels, and we noted that it didn't have a lift. I think we all left the site visit with the nursery being a success. The configuration of the 4 classrooms seemed to be running well, and everybody was happy with that. There was clearly a problem in the school with its storage, and whichever part of the building we were in, and there was an interesting discussion about the open plan nature of the classrooms and the disturbance between them, and clearly the teaching staff were unhappy with that. In terms of the grounds of the school, we could see that there was 15 car parking spaces at the front. Essentially, the school broke into 2 classrooms, 2 play areas, P1 to 3 and P4 to 7. P1 to 3 was on the east side, and the 4 to 7s on the west. We were aware that there's a public right of way that goes through the western edge of the site. And there was a more steeply sloping grassed area to the rear. And there are clearly challenges in the school site. But I think we left the site visit knowing that we have a building that can be extended, and having a site which can be significantly improved and be made available in a different way, particularly on the grassy slope, that could be used more as an education resource for the existing children. So I think we were very happy that, having had the advantage of the site visit, that our original proposal could be delivered. But what we hadn't factored in was that there were 12 classes for teaching, whereas we thought there was 13. Now we understand from Mr. Boyle that there's only actually, in the council's opinion, there's only 11. And 2 of the classes should be repurposed in the future for general purpose areas, although we have these very, very large gathering areas, which are almost 300 square metres, which is quite a significant area. I'm happy to pause there, just perhaps hoping that we could maybe get some common ground that represents fairly Craig Brandt Primary School.
Yeah, I was actually going to stop you there for the very same purpose. I thought it might be useful to know that we all can agreed with your kind of summary there of the school. I'd like to thank the council for arranging the site visit. It was very interesting, and it really helped in preparing for the hearings today. I thought that was a fair summary from what I saw and what I heard on the site inspection. The deputy teacher was very open. She let us see everything we needed to see. Is there anything you'd like to add, Mr. Boyle? Was that you to add? No, you're happy. That's a fair starting point.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and I think, do you want to say anything more about the site constraints? I think the site constraints were quite obvious when we were there. It was more about the slopes of the site. Is there anything else you want to add on that, either party?
No, I think they were obvious. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I want to add anything more. We all saw this.
We all saw. Yeah, we're all there. We all saw. I think we all got a good feel for the site. So, do you want to go on now, Ms. Salter, to look at your updated proposal?
Yes, ma'am. I think I'll ask Mr. Heath just to describe essentially the reconfiguration of the school site, the 4-class extension to the rear, and the opportunity to a further 3-class extension as well.
Good afternoon, else.
Afternoon.
I think just one point to add on the site visit. I think it was an excellent site visit. I think the refurbishment you've done to the school through there is very good in terms of the kind of learning space and environment that's been created. I think, like most education facilities, teachers and particularly head teachers are able to make the most of the space that is available to them and utilise all floor space as much as possible. I think the impacts of the pandemic was obviously very evident through that site visit. Also, with regards to a lot of the spaces that were being used for ancillary breakout spaces, obviously couldn't have been because of a lot of storage of furniture and the like. So that was just one of my observations from that site visits. So just to look through our appellant's updated proposal for the expansion, I think the proposals are set out in paragraphs 4.31 to 4.48 of the rebuttal, and the updated Holmes Miller Architects proposal in Appendix 2. I think the one thing before I get started, I think that the site visit was very good to actually understand a bit more of the site from our desktop study. I think also when we prepare concept designs, early feasibilities, it's always useful to have dialogue back and forth with council's end users, stakeholders, to fully understand what is key to them. And I think we've heard this morning a bit more about kind of how they like to use general purpose areas and the like, which if we had an opportunity to have that dialogue and discussion, what we're suggesting, there are other opportunities to kind of develop these through detailed design. So in terms of the extensions, based on there being, well, originally based on the 12 classrooms, not 13 available at school, 4 additional classrooms are required to create a 16-class school. The 4-class extension provided is similar, well, same as the location of the 2017 hub proposal, which is document 19, which puts 2 classrooms over the lower ground floor and the ground floor level to the south of the existing teaching accommodation. I think one question there would be to understand if that was an acceptable solution to the council at that time. The second hall is suggested to be provided in the same location as previously, which was to the west, which gives that all-important second space required for the school of this size to afford the 2 hours of play and also kind of ease up the difficulties they're currently having with the dining space currently. In terms of the externals, I think we were able to kind of clarify a few of the on-site conditions, and I think it's given us an opportunity to try and define the playground possibilities, having been on that site visit. I think the proposals show an extension of the hard external play area to the rear of the school through reprofiling the existing sloping grassed areas, which include a terraced area. I think if you can refer to the Holmesville examples in Appendix 2 of the rebuttal, it shows you a kind of variety of learning spaces that are becoming more critical and crucial in learning, with external input a real key part in developing schools as we go forward. I think there's also the proposal there for the mugger to the rear of the location of the proposed second hall. I think some of the issues that were picked up in site was the ball rolling down the hill. So the proposal might be that we have to include some sort of fencing in there to stop anything coming down the hill in that area. And the proposal also includes an extension of the existing car park from 15 to 29 spaces, which would include some reprofiling works. Again, that was generally done at a desktop level with some of the site visits, so there's been no kind of understanding of if there's any kind of utilities or surveys required on that. So I think that's a further discussion we probably need to have. In terms of potential future flexibility, I think to demonstrate there was further flexibility in the school, we suggested a further 3-classroom extension to the east, which was shown in the feasibility study. And there's also an opportunity as part of that to incorporate a lift, which I think would ease some of the accessibility issues you're having across the 2 levels just now in the school, and give a kind of good opportunity to link across the 2 floors, albeit that wouldn't link through into the kind of nursery level, which is a different level again. So I think that's a kind of a brief summary of the proposal.
That is helpful. I did notice that obviously your proposal for the 4-classroom extension is pretty much the same as what was in document 19, and I was going to ask the council whether, given the terms of that report, which albeit it flags some of the challenges, it didn't seem to me from reading that report that they were insurmountable and that couldn't be achieved, and therefore I wondered if in principle the council accepted the kind of conclusions of the 2017 report, albeit you haven't actually constructed that element of it. If that's for you, Mr. Boyle. I don't know.
I'll come in there, ma'am. And I'll introduce Owen Munro to talk in detail on those points and on the applicant's proposal. I think it's very important briefly to reflect that the appellant surveyed the school and came up with a proposal to extend it that they asked us to determine as part of the planning application. And that proposal was for a 1-classroom extension and with the developer contribution of £178,000 to fund that. £178 per house. And it's only since that's been interrogated and analysed and assessed, and the visits to the school and actual proper survey work undertaken, that that has changed. And it changed, first of all, in April 2021 in the appellant's appeal statement to a contribution of 1.9 million for a 3-classroom and games hall extension. And then it changed again in October 2021 in the commentary on the council's hearing statement to a contribution of £2.5 million with a 4-classroom and games hall and toilet and storage extension. So I don't understand how the initial proposal can be so far away from what is now proposed, given that that was subject to detailed survey and options appraisals by the appellant. So I think it's just important to reflect on what the council was presented with at the point of determining this planning application. But I'll hand over to Tony Munro to come back on the detailed comments on the appellant's current proposal.
Before we come back on the detail, sorry, can you mute your mic again? Sorry. I will let Mr. Salter come back on that, but I'll just make the point that I'm well aware the parties' positions have changed on things. Well aware of that. In the context of getting the evidence, the hearing statements and rebuttals, positions have changed. Positions have continued to evolve in this appeal, which is not usual, but it's happened in this appeal. So to a certain extent, I'm not that interested in what's gone before. I'm interested in what's evidence before me, because I've got to determine on what the position is now from the parties. And that's how I want to be very clear that the proposal the appellants are putting forward today is the expansion as per the rebuttal statement. I accept it's not that what went to committee. I mean, equally, you could say that a PPR of 0.37 was not what went to committee, yet we've discussed that as part of this hearing process. So I'll leave that there. The history is well documented through the correspondence, through the committee report, and other submissions I've got. But Mr. Salter, I will have a right to reply to what Mr. Batt started with, and then we'll move on to the more detailed points.
Ma'am, you've actually taken the words out my own mouth. I think this illustrates a point that Mr. Heap and I were discussing earlier today. Through collaboration with the council, we can help formulate an acceptable proposal. It's felt a bit one-sided to us over the years, but as we get more information and we can share that information and work together, I'm sure we can come up with the right solution to mitigate the impact of the pupils from this development. That's all I wanted to say, ma'am.
Okay, that's helpful. I mean, I'll caveat all that by, we've still got to make sure that if I do grant this plan permission, that any obligations would comply with the circular, and that's kind of foremost in my mind. But I'll move on and let the council come back on the details of what's proposed.
Just like to respond to some of the comments that's been made. It's my name's Owen Munro, team leader and property team. I've got concern. I mean, I listen to the proposals there, and I see where they're coming from, but I've got real concern about the access to the school, the actual site layout. There's only one access to the Newton Shaw estate, and it's already there's real stress about car parking in and about the school, and there's only one access into that site. I just think there's real issues with that site in terms of expansion. I've got real concern about how this work's going to take place and how it's going to be a construction site for a long period doing the extensions. We've still got children to teach. What's going to happen there in terms of a working site? That's going to provide real issues to the council. I think for site traffic and site layout as well, it's going to be a real challenge there. That's my initial point. I like to say as well, it's an existing school building. It's a 50-year-old building nearly, and I think we need to be careful around about it in terms of the structural assessment, and that's still to be undertaken. Also, geological. The ground condition as well. I think there has to be about that. There's no mine workings in the area, the area of Socky, the Devon pit, etc. I think we really need to be careful round about that. I think a taking point as well with the games hall and the extensions going on, it's going to take away further space for playground, etc. And as a council, I think we've set the bar quite high in some of our more recent developments at Redwell and Tullabury South, with some of the external play area. The playgrounds are really good. We've set the standard high, and surely you want to make the education facilities as attractive as possible to help sell houses as well. I mean, everybody's got a vested interest here. I think that's really important. But a real concern about the access into the Newton Shaw, just that private estate. It's no great. Things like emergency vehicles, etc. We don't own the houses to the south of the site. These are housing association and private, a lot of them. So we're very much kind of landlocked where we are. So real issues. That's the concerns I've got with the proposals that's been put forward. I welcome any questions.
I suppose thinking about those constraints, I will let the appellant come back on those. But in principle, I asked if the council considered that the proposal put into the council by the Hub group in 2017, I think it was, document 19, whether in principle that proposal of the extension to the rear of the building is in principle acceptable.
I mean, it was before my time looking at the Lennon estate, but certainly my view is that the site restrictions are only good for an extension in there for something more long term. I just think it's the age of the building at the minute as well. I think there's too many risks there. My education colleagues might have a different view, but I certainly think there's too many risks there in terms of the ground conditions, the site layout, the site restrictions, to really put any value on an extension on the existing building. Right.
Perfect.
Ma'am, you're on mute.
Sorry, I've visited the site itself and also visited the school, and I've got environmental information about the site. It also, and also the appellant puts plans and profiles in with its rebuttal statement. Both sites have challenges. I would say that the development site itself isn't flat. There's also mine workings and issues on that site as well. So I suppose, are both sites fairly comparable from that perspective, in that there would be challenges that would have to be assessed and worked through, but are those challenges insurmountable in either case?
Is that a question for the council, ma'am?
Oh, it's sorry, yes.
Oh, it's sorry, yes, it didn't be that way.
I think certainly defer to Mr. Munro in terms of the constraints on the existing school site and the challenges of extending the school building and access and constraints around it. And we recognise that the site or the area, rather the area allocated or identified in the indicative master plan, because it is indicative, is not without its challenges either in terms of gradients and the potential for legacy coal mining. But the applicant, as we know, is bringing forward proposals to do a huge groundworks operation there to enable the housing development, and in terms of economies of scale and being able to work across the whole site, and particularly bring whatever remediation scheme to the school site as well as the housing site is clearly there's much more flexibility there, and we're talking about a greenfield site that isn't constrained by other houses around it, There's simply more space available as well. So, yeah, I mean, the greenfield site is not without its challenges, but I think the constraints are much greater in the existing school site. And of course, the councils have to think about decanting pupils as well if they were doing major works to extend the existing school, which is another cost that probably hasn't been factored in.
Mr. Salter, Mr. Heap, do you want to come back?
Thank you, ma'am. Just taking the points as they were raised, access to the school, Newton Shaw is dual access, so there are two separate access up to the school. There's the existing main access for vehicles to enter the school, but there's still sufficient space on the eastern side to open up an access. I agree with Mr. Munro that careful thought and consideration has to be given to extending a school. This site, although it may appear constrained to Clackmannanshire Council, is significantly less constrained than some of the urban school sites in Edinburgh and elsewhere. It's not an impossible thing to do, but it has to be a carefully considered thing to do. Clearly, with site works, you would want to do them in the summer period, and that would be best done with the contractor, the council, and a project team preparing for the works to be done. The appellant is confident that the works to the site, to extend the site in terms of making it a usable area in the future, can be done over the summer period. And we've advanced in our statement that we would wish to do that in advance. So we would seek to make the external groundworks the size required for the final proposal, whatever that may be. And on that basis, the external groundworks would be complete. In addition to that, Mr. Heap can explain the use of prefabricated buildings being brought in to help with the process. So the disruption would be minimised as far, and the trades would then be working within the building. So I'll pause there, hand over to Mr. Heap about how we can help minimise disruption during the building period.
Yes, I think on the refurbishment and extension of any school, it's imperative to have communication. I think the openness of maintaining that education curriculum is imperative in everything that we try and do there. So I think the opportunity to create off-site manufactured buildings, which is about to become fairly mainstream, I would suggest, in the education market, to improve quality as well as other items, is a good opportunity to develop buildings off-site, bring them onto site, and minimise the impact on the actual site as we go. I think in terms of the access, you mentioned the emergency vehicles. I would just ask how they currently do it. I don't think the proposals fundamentally change the way the emergency vehicles would access the site currently. So that would be my 2 points just to pick up on Mr. Salter's comments now.
If I could maybe just chuck in a comment from off camera, ma'am. We've looked at it already, but the learning estate strategy, which is CD 9.8, specifically refers to the extension of Craigbank as a possibility in one case and as a requirement in another. And it is slightly surprising to hear a council officer saying that he has concerns over something that the council has approved as part of its learning estate strategy.
Can I ask the council to comment on that?
can I go back to Mr MacLeod? I mean, surely we can look at things for a fresh approach. I've been looking at this since April 20, and I'm looking at a fresh approach. I mean, things are changing all the time. It was touched on earlier. I mean, we've got school dinner provision is changing. Statutory, we've got to provide free school meals up to primary 4s now. Primary 5s will next January, and primary 6 and 7s will be August 22. So that's also going to have an impact on the current school set up, and we've got to factor these things in. It's very much a moving target. COVID has totally changed a lot of things when it comes to the learning estate. Just touching on I get the point that was made about prefabricated buildings. There's still the engineering assessments to be done there, and the utilities linking in with services, etc. And we've had a recent example of another extension that we've done in Alloa. We've had some difficulties with Scottish Water, so these still have to be factored in, and there'll be costs associated with that. I mean, to do this, to think we can achieve this over a summer holiday period, I think was being alluded to, is really totally unrealistic. I think this would be a 9-month project at least with this extension, 6 to 9 months at the very least. So that's just responding to some of the points made. But certainly, I mean, I accept it was put forward and it was agreed in council in 2019. But surely we can look at things from afresh. As I said earlier, we've really set the bar high with some of our other newer school buildings, and really want to follow on in that. But we've got also real concerns I've touched on earlier, that we're dealing with a 45, 50-year-old building at Craigbank. There's also structurally we need to get an up-to-date position on that. What's it going to be for the next 30 years? It's absolutely paramount that we're dealing with quite an aged building with questionable ground conditions round about it. So we really have to consider all these things. I take on board everything that's getting said. I mean, anything's possible, but there's some real challenges here. I mean, the point as well about the emergency vehicles, we're going to increase the traffic flow there. We've got more people getting dropped off. We've got more teachers working in the building. We've got more classrooms. We've got more pupils. We could have up 370 other pupils additionally what we've got now. We've got issues in other schools with car parking and accesses to it. There was one in the paper this week in Sunnyside. So these are really important issues that are current. As I say, we can surely look at things from afresh.
Can I just add in a couple of points to follow on from that very briefly? First of all, in terms of providing another access into the school, I'm not quite sure where that could be achieved from the eastern boundary, which is largely formed by part of the National Cycle Network. So I don't know where the new access could come from that Mr Salter referred to. And I think from a planning perspective, we have to take on board the policies and principles coming out of placemaking, and they're referred to in NPF4 about the value, educational value and health value of good open spaces and play provision for young people, which we feel would really be diminished greatly by the proposal to extend the school to this extent. I think it's another point that's maybe just worth making about the fact that the current planning application for Sauchie West has the school site still indicatively identified on it, but there's no planning application, let alone planning permission, in place for the extension to Craigbank Primary School. And I think it's fair to say that could be a challenging planning application for our council to consider, given the kind of challenges it would throw up regarding traffic, impact on neighbours, etc. I'm not going to get into preempting any of that, but I'm just flagging up the point that there's a separate planning process that would have to be gone through in respect of this.
Mr Salter, do you want to just clarify that point about the access? And I'll take on a few questions.
The access I was referring to is the vehicular access at Newton Shaw on the western side. Goes into the car parking area, and I was just making the comment that there's room at the nursery side to allow for a second access should it be required. In terms of the services and ground conditions, as with any development proposal, there would be the necessary investigations with Scottish Water, with the Coal Authority, with desktop studies, intrusive site investigations, which could proceed in the foreseeable future, working together to work up in more detail what the proposal would be. Mr. Munro, there is no detriment at all in any of our proposals. The full education requirements are met. We think we're making better use of a slope, and that can be profiled. You made reference to a 9-month extension. We're not proposing a single extension to the school. We're not doing that because of the impact that that would cause trying to do everything in a winner. We're proposing it as a 3-phase extension, with the external works being done in advance of any works. You're right to say that the council's policy for Craigbank Primary is a further extension in the new gym hall. It needs a new gym hall because it can't provide the PE provision. There was a brief discussion of no net detriment, and that clearly is what this proposal will deliver, but it also delivers betterment as well. If the council has got information on utilities in and around the site, again, depending on what the decision taken with this appeal, we would welcome working with the council with that and going forward together. I don't think, so there was a previous question about the 2 sites. I think all we're saying that the ground conditions and the topography are similar on both sites. We've submitted, I think that's in Appendix 1 of our commentary on the council's hearing statement. It would be a similar development. So there's, in terms of school form, there's no real difference between them. And I think for us to come forward to this appeal and seek to deliver a school extension which is detrimental to the standards that the council's seeking is not what is proposed here today. We have not only looked at the phasing, but we've also looked at the cost to deliver the extension. And if we want to go and talk about that, we can. We certainly don't think that this is an extension that cannot be delivered. And I think the way that we would deliver it is has the least impact for all parties. Do you want to say anything?
Thanks for that. I suppose some questions for the council. I think everyone recognises there are constraints with the site. I think the appellants brought that out in the appendices to their rebuttal statement, and the options of reprofile and things like that. And you've raised other potential constraints today, Mr. Munro, which have been discussed. If I considered that the appellant's assessment of impact was a more realistic impact, and therefore it could be mitigated by an extension, albeit there are these challenges, is there anything insurmountable? And would an extension as proposed by the appellant meet and mitigate that impact?
real concern about 3 phases, ma'am. Real 3 phases of disruption in a primary school. The risks doing construction work round about primary children are really great, and that would be an absolute, I mean, a real risky project. And that's, I mean, anything is possible, but we've got real concern around about that. Children, construction, a lack of access into the site.
Schools do get extended.
Schools do get extended.
Mm-hmm.
It's not unusual to extend.
It's not unusual to extend schools.
Well, my understanding was
that perhaps.
Sorry, could you mute your microphone?
Mute your microphone.
My understanding was that phase 1, which would be reprofiling works, could take place during the summer holidays, so you wouldn't have kids around, kids on the site. I accept that other phases would probably take longer than that, but I think it's not insurmountable, is it? I mean, other authorities, perhaps yourselves even, extend schools. I'm not saying it's an everyday occurrence, but it's not impossible.
Mum, if I can,
Anything is possible.
Mum, if I can
make a comment to start with.
make sure to start with.
Yep, the revised drawings that have been prepared are certainly a step forward in terms of what could be done on the site, assuming that the site is fairly free of restrictions. Every authority does do school extensions, modifications. That goes without saying. That's a matter of course. There's a couple of elements of concern that I do have with what is proposed, physically apart from the scheduling and the layout, is that I don't see that it's addressing additional nursery capacity. So I might be wrong in that, but I don't see that that's happening. And I also have concerns, and possibly Owen could comment on this, is that the proposed extension to the south is adding in or adjusting the staircase. So that to me seems to be quite a technical issue. So that would certainly require quite a bit of consideration in terms of delivery. And then there's, without doubt, there's the issue of the overall site size. We do have the nursery on site. We do have a big extension proposed. That certainly means that the total site area would be compromised. And I don't see there's a way around that unless the nursery, for example, is located elsewhere. And if it's located elsewhere, then the council have to find the funding for that. So there are some technical difficulties here, I think, with that new staircase to the south. It might be straightforward in terms of how the steels and the structures are arranged. It might not be.
Okay, thank you. Before Mr. Monroe comes back in, I'll ask Mr. Salter to comment on some of those points.
In terms of nursery provision, the council hasn't raised that as an issue. Clearly, if further provision is required, then that would need to be addressed. Mr. McKinney's right to raise the issue of the staircase, but again, that's a measure with further investigation can be looked into and resolved. I think it's quite easy at a hearing to say things cannot be done. Clearly the council in 2019 believed it could be done, and we're only coming along a year or so later to put its policy into effect albeit to take into account the impact of another development.
I don't know. I think the stair issue is not insurmountable, and I think as Bob said there, I think there's always a few views to. I think the best school examples we have of refurbishment are where all the stakeholders come along with that journey and buy into things. Inevitably, there is an element of compromise required in certain areas, and I think if the stakeholders are not aligned to that, it's very easy just to say no to everything you propose.
Can I just clarify from the council that you're not seeking any contributions towards additional nursery capacity, because that's not been flagged up in any of the documentation so far? So can you just confirm that is the case?
That's the case, ma'am, as per the council's decision on the planning application.
I've got a couple more questions, but can I just ask for clarification from the appellant that if I was minded to grant the appeal, and if I accepted that your projections an impact on Craigbank was the more reasonable, what are you proposing that you would carry out the extension, or are you proposing making a financial contribution to the council for them to carry out the extension?
I think, man, we're open-minded about that. I mean, the developer clearly has a great deal of expertise of developing in Clackmannanshire. Equally, I think in essence, what would have to happen is there would need to be an agreed specification between the developer and the council. And certainly the instructions I'd had prior to today's date is that the developer would be happy to undertake the works. But equally, if it needed to be done by the council on a preferred contractor basis, that could be done on a cost recovery approach, provided there was an agreed specification, which clearly there would need to be.
Thank you for clarifying. I'll ask the same question to the council, albeit I know this isn't necessarily what you think litigation is required. If I came to that conclusion, what would you be seeking from the appellant?
I'll hand over to Mr. Monroe in a second, but the council would really expect the full costs, you know, to deliver that extension to be borne by the developer. And as Mr. MacLeod alluded to, the council would have its own procurement procedures to go through. I think we would probably anticipate a financial contribution from the developer for the council to go and procure the extension to the school provided. But I can hand over to Mr. Monroe just to maybe add some more detail to that answer.
I mean, what we're hearing today is it's fine, but there's just too many things to be investigated. I mean, we talked about the stairwell there. I've mentioned the structure of the building. I've mentioned the ground conditions. There's a lot of unknowns here for us to make a decision. There's a real few things here that are uncertain. I think if we were procuring it and funding it, I mean, it would need to go through our procurement processes, etc. It would be a lot of work involved between everyone. But I mean, your earlier question about, about it being feasible. I mean, anything is feasible, but is it really for the best? Is it the best thing? Given all these risks and issues with the site, and the kind of the longer term for the area, etc. And as I go back to, we've set the bar quite high with some of our more recent. I mean, we've extended schools and we've built schools in the last 5 years in Kilmarnockshire, and really we want to kind of keep to the standard that we're doing and have that consistency across the board. I'm sure my education colleagues will back me up in that.
Can I ask what has changed since the Learning Estate Strategy? And I appreciate that was 2019, but there's no mention there of a new school. It's all about extension to Craigbank. Now, I appreciate government policy on, like, for example, school lunches has changed, but I just wondered what else had changed, given that that strategy is predicated, it seems to be, on an extension to Craigbank.
I mean, things change. The lunches, the school provision. We're looking at all our schools. We're doing an options appraisal, looking at condition surveys, looking at all our schools, really trying to get the best and look at over a 30-year period. That's. I mean, there's been quite a lot of changes internal in the council in that brief period, but we're just looking at things different. I mean, I've been at the site a few times myself and walked around it and looked around it. That's. I mean, as I say, anything is possible, but we really want to have consistency, and in line with some of the other excellent projects that we've done. And there's also the early years, the impact of that, the early year stuff, the 1140 we've done the last few years. So I mean, it's a changing environment. I mean, there's things that up in that school I would do differently for sure.
I suppose the other question to ask is, obviously this extension, the classrooms to the south of the existing building, was suggested in the Hub report, document 19, 2017. So we've come up with all these challenges, but what's changed between that report and where we are today?
Ma'am, can I just come in here, please?
Yeah.
So in the Learning Estate report, if you remember, we were looking at the appendix yesterday, and was read number of, the 1586 paper number that we're looking at. We spent a lot of time yesterday on that. So if you refer to page 33, or page 103, but the confusion over numbering, at the bottom of that, it talks about Socky West, and it says new school or extension to Craigbank. Okay, so that and it says the decision required about the development site included. So that that's a critical bit. That
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
Ma'am, what we're referring to there is an either or, but surely when you go up to the body of the actual committee report and the recommendations made to committee, there's clarity provided on that, and it's quite clear in, let me get to it, paragraph 3.72, that further extension and new gym are proposed, pending a future decision about the potential housing at Socky West. So the weight has transferred away from a either or into this is what we're intended to do. And that's notwithstanding that the council has an existing issue Mr. Monroe has been talking about school meals and such like, that a new hall is required, full stop. And we've got an opportunity in a way to bring the required upgrade for the betterment of the school and the pupils that are there now with the mitigating impact of development and giving surety to the council about how it can finance that. Because the hall that we've costed is £834,000. So it's not a minor cost for the council to do. This is an opportunity for public and private sectors to work together in a sustainable way.
I'll ask another question. I can understand the reasons why a financial contribution can be preferable to the council from a procurement point of view and everything else. Would it be feasible if, for example, I thought that what's proposed by the appellant is sufficient to mitigate their impact, for a financial contribution to be made for the council for the cost of mitigating that impact, and then for the council to choose how it carries out that impact? So it could choose to expand and extend Craigbank, or alternatively it could use that funding towards a new school. But whichever way, the cost of mitigating the impact has been met by the appellant. I guess just to confuse that, although I think we might have lost the appellant, I'm not totally sure. We might have lost everyone.
No.
I'm still here, ma'am.
Yeah, indeed, yes. It looks...
Anyone else still here?
Yes, yes.
Yes,
We're still here. We're still here.
Did you all hear my question?
Did you all hear my question?
No, we unfortunately lost you.
No, we unfortunately lost you.
Right. Let me start again. So I was just saying that I can understand why the council would prefer a financial contribution, explained why that would be preferable from a procurement perspective. What I was saying was, if I reached the conclusion that an extension to Craigbank School would be sufficient and could be justified to mitigate the impact of the development, and a financial contribution was agreed, would it be open to the council, depending how the Section 75 was framed, for that contribution to be either put towards the extension at Craigbank or towards a new school, which in either respect would mitigate the impact of the development? I'll leave you from both parties.
I don't mind who goes first.
Happy to go first on that question, ma'am. I think the council's options here are very limited. Craigbank is obviously the existing catchment school. We've discussed at length the constraints and challenges we feel that extending it presents. We know historically there's been a school site allocated in the indicative master plan, and that still remains the council's preference for accommodating this development. And as we said previously, the learning estate strategy does make reference to the Socky West site under the Lawrence Hill cluster as something that still may require a new school if the development comes forward. The council doesn't have other options really at its disposal in terms of where it could provide additional school accommodation for this development. So we're very constrained in terms of what we could do, with regards to what options are at our disposal. We can accept, if we accept the premise that about the numbers, we can extend the existing school subject to lots of issues being overcome, and we can identify that a new school could go on the plan application site. Beyond those two options, I'm not aware of others that are really available to us.
But I guess the point being is that if it was financial contribution, then it could be open to the council to do either. either pay for the extension through that contribution or use it towards a new school on the site. Do you accept that, Mr. Baxter, or that's not something the council?
Well, our preference all along has been that a new school is provided on the site. As I said yesterday, as we stand at the moment, was more likely to be a single stream school, largely dealing with the impacts of the development itself. But as I say, we don't have other options beyond that. So I think what you're alluding to there reflects the council's preferred position of having a new school on the site and the developer adequately funding that in accordance with the impacts of their development.
I guess the point I'm making is that they would be funding part of the cost, which would reflect the cost of an extension, but you could use that funding towards the new school. I'll ask Mr. McLeod just for his comments on that, and I'll come back to you, Mr. Baxter.
I think we can see entirely where you're coming from that, coming from with that, ma'am, and it does seem sensible because, in essence, what needs to happen as part of this appeal is you need to take a view on what the impact is and what degree of mitigation is required. Now, that has a financial cost. If the council doesn't want to use that amount of money to extend Craigbank Primary, then it would seem reasonable that it uses that amount of money to do something else to mitigate the impact of the development. Now, as Mr. Baxter says, the council's options are limited, and what one option is for a school to be constructed on the appeal site. And as we've said, we are content to safeguard land for a school if you find that that is necessary and appropriate. What's not appropriate, however, is for the developer, or we say anyway, what's not appropriate is for the developer to fund the entire cost of a new school, because we say that that is not the impact of the development, that in short, there is no need for a full new school caused by the development. And therefore, if a new school was to go on the appeal site, it would be reasonable for the developer to fund its proportionate share of that, but not the full thing.
Okay, that's helpful. That's the kind of premise I was coming from, that you're using the funding that, if I thought that was sufficient to mitigate your impact, being a cost of extension, it's just the council could use it for some other mitigation solution. Mr. Batts, any other comments on that? On the premise that it would be put towards, but not for the cost of the school.
Yes, just very briefly. I think there's issues of principle and of detail here. The principle of whether we extend the existing school or build a new school, and then the issues of detail as to whether and what the developer's contribution towards either option would be, and whether that is sufficient. And in the committee report on the planning application, we set out the costs that the council had calculated about building that new school, which is only required because of the development. So if there's no development, the council doesn't need to do this. So the council wouldn't see any reason that the developer shouldn't bear the whole cost of that. And the example was the numbers used, and Mr. Monroe can speak to this in more detail if you so wish, are real life examples from the council's recent school building projects about what the costs of that would be. So they're considerable. There's no doubt about that.
You're on mute, ma'am.
I think
you're on mute, ma'am.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Batts, and the report did make it very clear that the cost of the new school was wholly for the developer or the appellant. The premise I'm coming from is, if I reach the conclusion that the impact is not such that a new school is required, but that the impact could be adequately and reasonably mitigated through an extension to Craigbank Primary School, would it be open to the council if it was a financial contribution to fully meet the cost of that extension, for the council to put that funding not to the extension of Craigbank Primary School if that's not what the council wanted to do, but put it towards the cost of the new school on the land that the appellant saying it would safeguard on development?
Thank you, ma'am. I'll maybe say I think the key thing is really if that sum was adequate or not to build that new school, and clearly based on the numbers we see before us today, it's the council's view is it's not nearly close to being adequate. So there would appear to be a large gap, that the council would have to fill in terms of funding that new school. So I think that's a key problem. I don't know if Mr. Munro wants to come in and maybe just supplement some of that information.
The cost between an extension and another school are completely, there's a big gap there, as Mr. Baxter said. And the council couldn't fund that. We are just now in our capital plan and other, we couldn't. We're sitting just now with a school that meets our needs, and we're only discussing this because of the development here. So that's, we've went through the costs for the new school and we've provided them. These are based on rates that we've seen in some of the other projects, and that's what's costing the council. Because we factored in all our project fees and consultants and utilities and everything is associated with a new build, and that's where we got to the figure that we provided.
But I suppose you accept the point that... Can you mute your microphone?
Okay. Sorry, I didn't get that.
I was asking to mute the microphone. I was just saying that I totally recognise the cost is completely different whether it's an extension or a new school. You look almost 10 times the difference between one and the other from the figures that I've got before me. But in terms of the planning circular in relation to contributions, there has to be a link, and it has to be reasonable in scale and kind between the impact and the mitigation measure. So I'm assuming from what you're saying here and what Mr. Baxter is saying, that if there was a financial contribution from the appellant for the cost of an extension, on the basis I'd come to the conclusion that that was sufficient to mitigate their impact, the only thing the council could really do with that money at this point in time would be to fund an extension.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Yes.
Okay. Can we just, would people prefer a 5-minute, 10-minute break before we go into item 6? We're kind of drifting into that, but there are some points that I just kind of like to clarify. But I'm happy to break just for maybe 5-10 minutes.
5 minutes?
If you want to come back.
Yeah.
5 minutes, 4:30.
That's fine.
Okay, 5 minutes, 4:30. Thank you. Okay, is everyone back on? Mr. Baxter, are you back on?
We're here, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. McGinley? Okay, I'll track on anyway. Just go on to item 16, which is we're kind of slipping into anyway, which is the requirements of a new school. And just some points I wanted to clarify, given evidence now things have kind of moved a little bit. From the council's perspective, I suppose taking a few first few bullet points together, based on the evidence that's now before me, what size of school do you think is necessary for it? What kind of role, capacity? Is it just for Stocky West, or is it for other developments that would come on stream? Would it replace the current Craigbank Primary School? You've alluded to all these issues, the age of the school, and also looking at the cost of the new school, what that would be based on, and what would be included in those costs. So I'm not sure if that's you, Mr. Baxter, to start with.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. The as proposal SO5 indicates, the new primary school in Socky would have originally been proposed to replace Craigbank Primary School in its entirety, as well as accommodate the new development. More recent discussions with the developer, the appellants, were around the idea that Craigbank would remain, and that what in fact would be built on the site would be a single stream primary school, largely accommodating the development itself. And there weren't any other sort of major housing developments in the local development plan that would necessarily feed into that. So a kind of freestanding school serving the development essentially. In terms of the costs of that, I think I would really just refer to what we've already set out in the committee report around the council's experience of new build school costs. But clearly, as we've said, there are some potential abnormal costs on this site to do with ground conditions, which no doubt the applicant would be able to allude to.
And just on the size of the school, are you looking at it? I think the committee report was 270 capacity. Does that remain the council's position, or has that changed as we've gone through the hearing sessions?
Yeah, without wanting to reopen the sort of debate and discussions on people product, ma'am, the committee report scenario was based, as you know, on the 270 school, but you know the more recent submissions from the council, as you know, predict a larger pupil product from the development. So that's something that we have to give consideration to.
It's quite material though, because I'm sure the cost of a 270 capacity school compared to a 370 capacity school is material from the developer's perspective. So you now adopting the position that it should be based on 0.37 PPR, therefore a capacity of 370.
Yeah, the position at the point of determination set out in the report, I would maybe defer to my education colleagues in light of the evidence you heard yesterday and earlier today on the size of the school. That might be appropriate.
David?
Yes, ma'am. In the education statement, you should find that the school is indicated as being a single stream school, is the assumption that's likely to be required, and that's what the planning should be seeking to secure. Then we have to consider the potential for that being more than that, because we know it's at least a single stream. it might be a 370, but it's at least a single stream. And therefore the suggestion that was put forward was that the section 75 could cover or should cover a phasing of the new school building, cover the costs as when they come in, and then also the likely build out of the school. We're certainly of the opinion that it is likely to be a 270 figure. It might be somewhat less than that if the numbers are lower in fact, but certainly any agreement has to secure that minimum single stream school for the council.
So just to clarify, the council's looking for a single stream primary school, which Mr. Marshall was saying, I think, is a capacity of 217.
Yeah, we're slightly confused considering the council's led evidence today that they need space for 370 pupils within Craigbank, but are now suggesting that a single stream school would be sufficient to accommodate pupils from the site.
That's covered in the report that I wrote, and it sets out that the numbers are if we go back to the 270, if that turns out, and indeed then if there's any reduction in that, the minimum requirement is a single stream school. It might be more than that, and that then could be covered, as I say, through a section 75 and conditions.
How would you cover that through the section 75 and conditions?
You would design the school so that it could be built in phases, and then the phases would be acted upon dependent on the number of units built and the actual school roll that was coming forward.
So it sounds like a bit of a moving feast if I was the developer. Well, what would trigger a new phase, for example? Where's the link to the impact and what's being developed?
From the council perspective, you're already considering this school being at least a 270 pupil school, which is more than a single stream school. From the appellants, they clearly are looking for something that's much smaller than that. It's how they see the data coming forward. So the practical position to adopt is certainly the start off with that single stream school, and then if the appellant wants certainty, clearly then that has to be something that is larger, because the council will also want certainty. So it's a matter of bringing together the tensions in between the total likely scale of the school and putting in place a mechanism that is robust and can work for both parties.
So really it's not a single stream school from the sounds of it. The starting point seems to be a single stream school, but it seems to be that the council want more than that. Is that fair? So at the end of the day, actually what you're probably expecting the appellant to deliver is a 1.5 or 2 stream school? It's not totally clear what you think is to mitigate what you think the impact's going to be.
Yes, if it's the 370 mark, then you're looking at almost a 2 stream school. Be somewhat less than that, but certainly almost a 2 stream school. Then the minimum requirement, having some sort of a fortunate break in numbers, I guess, would be the single stream. But that certainly seems to be the minimum that the council requires. The report certainly notes the 270 based on the 0.27 ratio. And indeed, there's no a particular reason why that can't be factored in to an agreement. it maybe is a little bit messy, but certainly it would deliver equitable cost for all.
Can I ask the appellant for their views on this?
I'm sure it's me, but I'm very confused about what the council's position is here. I mean, if I could respectfully offer some guidance on what I think needs to happen here. There is competing evidence on what the likely impact of this development will be in terms of pupil generation. And I don't think we're going to get clarity, or you're going to get clarity this afternoon on what's correct and what's not. And I'm afraid, ma'am, I think you're probably going to have to reach a view based on the evidence as to what is most likely. And I'm afraid I think you're probably going to have to form a view on the scale of impact and the level of infrastructure that is likely to be required based on the evidence. And that, in my submission, is probably the only fair outcome for both parties. This is an application which, as has been said before, has been with the council for over 10 years. And again, don't want to go back over changing positions and so on. But my clients thought that they had an agreement with the council at one stage. The numbers then shifted radically with no proper justification. And if I maybe just pick up on one point about the numbers. The council came forward with a financial proposal for the school that they said was required on our site. That financial proposal contained costs for demolishing Craigbank Primary School. And it appears that the council wanted to demolish that school, send the children from Craigbank Primary to the new school on my client's site, and presumably do something else with the Craigbank site. For example, sell it for residential development. Now, that is clearly not compliant with the circular and general principles of reasonableness. And I think where we're left at the end of this process, I'm afraid, is you have a difficult task. Well, I think it's actually a fairly straightforward task in terms of working out what the impact is, but you will have to reach a view yourself on what you think the likely impact is based on the evidence that's been presented to this appeal. And I think you will probably then have to set out your views on what you think an appropriate mitigation solution is, taking account of the circular. And I'm sorry, but I'm not sure that we can help much further with that.
We can certainly offer our views on the costings and how that's been done and the square meterage per pupils that are being applied, but without clarity from the council what their actual position is, we're not sure if there's really much merit in going into that today, but we'll be led by yourself, ma'am.
I think those are fair points. I think I do have a difficult task, but I think I need to understand, at least from the council, if you are now relying on Mr. McKinney's evidence of our 370 impact, and therefore would your mitigation proposal be that the school can accommodate 370 pupils? Is that the council's position?
Yes. We would, you know, based on Mr. McGinn's evidence that 370 pupils, then you're almost talking about a double stream school, but it would have to be people. There is established metrics from Scottish Futures Trust, which establish the cost per of the square meterage per pupil for a school, for a primary school, and that's just the building costs. You would then need to look at the land issues in this case.
But I'm assuming, I'm just looking at document CG 3.42, and there seem to be an awful lot of costs included in there. does the SFT rate not include things like fees and things like that? It must be, does it include that, or does it not include that, or is it purely the construction cost?
I think it for the construction cost.
The construction cost.
Ma'am, if I could ask Mr Monroe to just give some response to that, if that's okay.
Thanks again, ma'am. The costs that we put forward include the construction costs and, in essence, the costs that the council will incur through a development. It includes the project fees, the rebuff fees from stages 0 to 4, green network costs, roads infrastructure, any potential changes there, enabling works. It's a complete package for the project. It's not just build cost. It's in dealing with utilities and Scottish Water, etc. Drainage. It's the whole thing. And it did include demolition costs for existing if required. That I was just covering that as an option. Decant as well. So it's the costs that we put forward are the whole, and really we've benchmarked them against recent works that we've done. I mean, the most recent nursery build we've done, it equated to £6,573 a square metre, and that included all the project fees, having to use a turnkey project through East of Scotland Hubco. These are all the additional costs that we need to factor when we're doing a project, and that's what I provided for the submission. It's not just the build cost, not just the Scottish Future Trust rates at 3,803 a square metre. That's their current rates. We have to factor in all the additional project fees, our internal fees at legal, and our internal client side officers also. So this really.
Sorry to interrupt you, but where is all that evidence? I've got please. I've got CD 3.4. Which is the Education Authority response, which is based on a 270 pupil school at SFT rates of 3,000 per square metre and an implementation cost of metre of 22.7 million. I've then got below that a statement that says that cost estimate includes associated project fees, internal and external, IT works, roads and footpath upgrades, potential CPO, not sure what potential CPO got to do with anything, furniture, equipment and demolition costs. I'm not sure why you've got decanting costs in there, because it's a brand new school. Who are you decanting where? Because surely they're just brand new into the school. So I'm not sure really what I'm basing any costs on, because I just don't have that evidence before me.
That's it, ma'am. That's the cost that we've provided. We were asked to cost up for a new school, and that's it. I've nothing more to add. That's exactly what I'm reading off just now. The Scottish Future Trust rates are quoted £3,803. That's as at this minute now. When we factored in the costs, we looked at potential COVID and Brexit uplift, and we set that at 40%. We're finding in a lot of projects that's like 30-40% material increases. So that, in essence, that's what provided that. I'm not providing anything new.
And when would the council expect to come on stream? Mr. McKinney, I think you're on mute.
Not on me just now. Now, I think in terms of when the school comes on stream, that's definitely a matter for the council to consider. And in terms of pupil numbers building up, they wouldn't wish to open a school too soon. That's a school that's built out and has only a small number of pupils going into it. So the council would have to consider in the short term some means of either providing a temporary accommodation at a school or whatever before they could move to that new building.
Could we offer some observations on the costings? Our interpretation of the SFT metric is exactly as yours. That includes an element for fees. So we don't understand why the council have then added in everything over and above this. We don't understand why they've included demolition works as an option and then stated to the appellant they have to pay that as part of the determination of the application and the heads of terms before you as part of this appeal. We don't understand why a 40% uplift for COVID has been applied and then a further uplift of 15% in terms of contingencies has been applied. As far as we're concerned, any uplifts in costs would be captured by the BCES index. So these are necessary costs. Mr. Munro referred to real-time examples of projects costs. Again, we don't have any evidence for this appeal of those costs. As far as the appellant's aware, the last major school to be delivered by the council was the Redwall Primary School. I believe that was in 2015 or 2016. And according to Scottish Government School Estates data set, that school was delivered with a capacity for 450 pupils and at a cost of 8.7 million. The appellant's been asked to fund an 11 class school with capacity for 270 at 22.7 million.
Just like to come back here, man. The last school built in Kilmarnockshire was Tilbury South, and it opened in 2018. Your information is a wee bit out of date there. And the final cost at financial close was 16 million for a 400 pupil school, and that the financial cost was some time before that. So be clear on that. But we concede on the demolition costs and decant. That's fair enough. That was just a comprehensive look at a new school build, and that was put in as an option. We concede on that. We can strip that out easy enough. We're no precious on that. We just put that in there as a to make everybody know a complete encompassing cost. So I mean that can be stripped out. We're no precious on that.
Ma'am, would you made another observation?
Okay, on, yeah.
Just on the costings there, if the council have this information again, that's just not been provided, and we don't have any context of the floor areas and the site-specific conditions in terms of delivering that school. But in any case, on the cost quoted there, there's still significantly less than 22.7 million for a larger scale school that's been quoted. One aspect we haven't touched on, which is integral to the cost, is the level of floor space the council are quoting here. For a 270 pupil school, they're quoting and nursery accommodation, they're quoting 3,749 square metres of floor space, which has then been used to derive the cost by applying the SFT metric. If you go strictly by the SFT metric requirements, the requirement would be 2,350 square metres of accommodation. The council's proposal is 1,399 square metres above SFT guidance, or 37% above SFT guidance. So the cost is inflated by 37% on this basis. This is without taking into account demolition costs, a 40% uplift for Brexit, or a 15% contingency on top of that.
Mr. Owen, can you, sorry, Mr. Munro, can you respond to that?
Just a few things. I mean, I talked about Tilbury South here. That was 16 million pre-Brexit, and 6 years ago we had financial close. So that was 16 million pre-Brexit, in pre-COVID times. We've had significant uplift in building material prices since. Well, the recent example I was only drawn for guidance and benchmarking purposes. It was Park Nursery extension. It was completed in September 2021, so it's a fairly recent one, and that's what we were taking the 6,573 from. I was only drawing that as an example to support my earlier points. So that's it. That's nothing else more to say.
But okay, so the council saying it needs a school of 370 pupils. I don't know what floor space you think is necessary, because the committee report is based on a 270 pupil school. I don't know what the cost per square meter should be. I don't have that information. You haven't really indicated what the timing is going to be when the school needs to be delivered. So where does that leave me? What is the financial contribution that or the planning obligation you're seeking from the appellant to meet what you think is the impact of their development?
Yeah. Well, it's just ask education to come in on that one. But just to say, we haven't seen what the appellant's figures are on the new school, if it was one that they were providing based on their own figures, and the ones that were quoted by Mr. Marshall earlier on. So just need observation, but happy for education to come in just on the question that you asked.
Oh, you're on mute.
Apologies. We'd be happy to work with SFT rates for metrics and cost per square metre, subject to ground conditions. That's the only proviso.
And when you say subject to ground conditions, what do you mean by that? You mean the appellant meeting the full cost of the ground conditions?
Yes, yes. Yeah, if
over and above the SRT.
Assuming this is on the appellant site, which is, if we're now talking about a new school, and the appellant has already said they'd be willing to set aside some of their land for a new school, then I believe that the site of the new school is similar to the site of the Craigbank School in terms of the slope and
And who would, in your view, construct the school? Would that come through the hub?
well, in terms of Hubco, is that weird or so I think the decision is either whether it's constructed by the council procuring it or the appellant procuring it. I think if that's the two, I think that's the two options.
Would you have to go through Hubby Scotland to procure it?
Yes, we would. Yes.
And you're saying you would go with SFT rates metrics in the square metre. Is that in a document that I've got before me?
No, it's not.
That's no evidence that I have.
That's not evidence you have. Okay.
And I've still got no cost for a 370 people school. Because I don't have the metrics to work it out.
Just a point of clarity on the statement from Mr. Baxter. The appellant has provided commentary already on SFT rates that should be applied if a new school was required. And that's set out in detail in core document 5.12, which is the education architectural appraisal prepared by Holmes Mill Architects.
There's a lot of information that I don't have, and I guess the difficulty I'm going to have, and I need to think this through, is if I'm minded to grant this appeal, it would also be a notice of intention decision. Because I can't enter into section 75. That's not something I can do. All I can do is give, I suppose, set out in that notice of intention what I'd expect from those planning obligations. But the last thing I want is that if I am minded to grant, is that decision or notice of intention notice sits out there for a considerable period of time without agreement being reached on the planning obligations. And at this point, there's a lack of detail, which I'm concerned would end up in another negotiation, which would prolong this process further. Normally in our decision, our notice of intention notices, we would give maybe 12 weeks to enter into section 75, feeling which it's within our gift to look at again at the appeal and decide what to do with it. And based on one, the change in the positions in some cases, to the lack of evidence that I have before me, there's lack of certainty as to what those obligations might be at this point. Now I have done an appeal before where we've had to reconvene, discuss contributions, and no one wants to be in that situation because that evidence should have been before me now to reach a decision on it. I mean, the only other way would be for me to issue a procedure notice early next week, once I've had time to reflect, for parties to roll into their closing submissions to pick up any residual points, to allow the process to keep going. I know the appellant's got a time frame it's working to. That's not necessarily an issue for me. I understand where you're coming from. I've got to do what I need to do to determine the appeal. Clearly, I'll need to reflect on the information I have, because there are things I don't have. I can either take the view that I don't have that evidence and I determine what the evidence I do have. I reach a view on the impact based on the evidence I have and the evidence I've heard, and proceed on that basis. But my concern is that if I put a notice of intention out and issue that, there has to be enough to give both parties guidance and certainty as to what would be acceptable in my view to allow a decision notice to be issued in due course. Otherwise, it kind of defeats the whole process, and do we end up in another round of negotiation and still get nowhere with the application? Bearing in mind it's now been 11 years since it was submitted. So I'm just saying that is a concern I have at this point in time. You're free to make a comment on that if you want. Mr. McLeod, you look like you want to say something. Your fingers on the button, so I'm happy for you to make a comment on that. And same with you, Mr. Baxter. But just be very open. That's, I suppose, the difficulty I find myself in at this point in time.
I completely understand where you're at, ma'am, and you have my sympathies. This is a difficult case, and again, it reflects the difficulties that my clients have had in dealing with the council as education authority over many, many years. Now, in terms of where you go from here, it's clearly up to you as to whether you feel you need to issue a further procedure notice to get more evidence to allow you to reach conclusions. My submission is that based on what the appellants have presented to you over the last couple of days, you do have enough information to understand what the impact of the development would be, or is likely to be, and what an appropriate mitigation solution at Craigbank Primary School could be. And I thought what you suggested earlier on around costings and so on related to the Craigbank extension was potentially quite a sensible way of going forward. Now, appreciate we do not have detailed costings for any of that, but as a thought, if you were minded to grant permission, one way of dealing with this would be to have an obligation on the appellant and obligation on the appellant and the council to agree a specification for the extension to Craigbank, for that to be costed. And you'll be familiar, ma'am, with dispute resolution provisions within Section 75s and so on. We could build all that sort of stuff in. That wouldn't necessarily have to involve you again. We could have cost experts who could opine on these sorts of issues. And at the end of that process, having agreed a specification for an extension to Craigbank and having agreed a costing for that, the appellant could be obliged to pay that to the council, and the council could then choose whether to go forward with the Craigbank extension or alternatively to put that towards development on the appeal side. That's one practical solution that occurs to me off the top of my head. But I'm perfectly content for you to adjourn the hearing this evening, have a further think about it, and if you feel that you need to issue a further procedure notice to get more evidence, then that's certainly a course that's open to you, and the appellants would be happy to cooperate with that to the extent we can.
Mr. Baxter, do you have any comments on that?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I certainly share Mr. McLeod's views on the complexity and difficulty of the case and the job that you have in determining it, and understand why you may wish to consider adjourning today and serving another procedure notice, seeking more detailed clarity on some points. And I think the kind of the sort of wide difference between the appellant and the council would be one of the reasons for that. I think if you feel that there's a way to try and bring them closer together. But I also think that there's a fundamental issue about whether the development can be accommodated through extending Craigbank or whether it does require the new school on the site. And I think that's something I feel will be fundamental to your considerations as well. So as I think it's complex, and understand that you may feel you've not got everything that you feel you would need to get from the last 2 days, and we're happy to assist as much as possible in bringing your considerations to a point where you can issue a determination in whatever way you feel necessary.
I guess the other matter is there was that separate agenda, which I've actually just lost at this point in time, on ancillary items, which I do need information on.
In respect to the miscellaneous matters, ma'am, I would propose, or at least ask you to consider whether you would accept some written submissions responses to those in the next few days. I think the council's responses will be fairly brief and succinct.
I would be minded to do it by written submissions, and don't take this the wrong way, but please answer the question. I've asked this question because I need the information, particularly around the affordable housing point. Like I need to know what the justifiable need is. Now, I will look at, obviously I've framed the agenda on the basis that I probably explain a bit behind some of the questions on the agenda as you go through in the hearing. So I will probably look at them to make sure they are specific enough, because I really do want questions answered. I need that information. Some of the stuff in the conditions is maybe more straightforward, but the affordable housing one is pretty key. So I do need an answer to that point. But it might be prudent to do that by written submissions. The time frame around that is I'm kind of curtailed a little bit by the regulations, and if I issue a procedure notice, albeit I can give asking the first party for the information, can be any period of time I wish. Under the regulations, the responses from another party has to be 14 days. I can't get around that. Obviously, it's up if the council submitted their response. The appellant can put a response in as quickly as it wants to, but in terms of procedure notice, I have to give you 14 days. I can't deviate from that. It is in the regulations.
We're quite content with that, ma'am, and and Mr. Is that on mute again? Yeah. So sorry, we're quite content with that, and yes, we would be in a position to respond quickly. We have our position set out already in relation to those questions. If you want to ask the council first, we will respond quickly to that, so it shouldn't hold up your determination of the appeal.
Okay, well, what I'm minded to do is issue a procedure notice next week. I'll just look at those questions again that I had on residual matters to make sure that they are specific and clear enough without any explanation from me, as I would have done in the hearing session. I think they probably are, but I'll just double check, because I want them to be answered and fully answered. I will also consider whether I need any further information just based on the evidence I've had so far in this hearing process. And I will also ask in conjunction with those further submissions for your closing submissions at the same time, and wrap it all up. To be fair, I will give the council 14 days and I'll give the appellant 14 days. You can choose to respond quicker, which is absolutely fine. And I think that'll be the best way forward. That doesn't mean I can't obviously work on what I've got, because I've got other things that I can be been going through, and just not all on this. She's also just to write up in a decision notice. And I think that'll be the best way, just to clarify any final points that I think I may need to have evidence on. Hopefully there's not too much, but I think it would just, from my perspective, just give me time just to pull it all together. Because there's been a lot of evidence the last 2 days. There's been a bit of shifting of positions in some respects, a bit of clarification, which has helped, which has been helpful. So I do thank you all for your time. I know it's been a couple of long sessions. Thankfully, the technology seemed to last. Over the piece, hopefully you got most of what we said. Mr. Baxter, I know your connection was in and out some days and some points. I'm not going to ask for any final marks unless any parties do want to say any procedural matters any parties want to comment on at this point. They can raise just now, but no closing comments or wrapping up, just any procedural points.
I think the only procedural point is that, strictly speaking, in terms of the relevant circular, I think I need to give notice that it is our intention to claim expenses against the council. So I'll just make that point clear now. We will be claiming expenses against the council, and I will set out the full reasons for that in writing in due course. Will
you submit that with your closing submission?
That was my intention, ma'am, and then the council would obviously have an opportunity to respond to that in a suitable period after that.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Baxter, is there any procedural points or comments you'd like to make?
No, ma'am. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you all for your time. It has been helpful. May not seem like that at times, but it has been helpful. There's a lot of information there, and I will have a rethink about it over the next couple of days. And expect a procedure notice the early part of next week, just on the lines that we've discussed. So you're free to leave.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you're so inclined, I would